I'm going to call this meeting to order if everyone is all right with that. It is 5:06 p.m. Welcome to your, can everyone hear me all right? Is that it? Okay, we're going to turn the volume up. Welcome to your 2026 Warren Town meeting. It's now just after 5 p.m., so I'm going to call this meeting to order. Thank you all for coming. My name is Josie Klein. I live up on Metro, and I was appointed by the Select Board My name is Josie Klein. I was appointed by the Select Board to moderate this meeting, the town moderator position being vacant after the 2025 town meeting. So I'd like to begin by reading the warning. Warning of the 2026 town meeting. The legal voters of the town of Warren are hereby notified that Vermont now has same-day voter registration. Eligible residents will be able to register to vote on any day up to and including election day during the hours that polls are open. Legal voters of the town of Warren may request absentee ballots for Australian ballots at the town clerk's office until Monday, March 2nd. Any authorized person may apply for an absentee ballot on behalf of an absentee voter. The residents of the town of Warren who are legal voters in the town are hereby notified and warned to meet at the Warren Elementary School in the town of Warren on Tuesday, March 3rd in the afternoon to act upon the following matters. We're going to read the articles as we move through the warning. I want to introduce everyone up here. This is your select board. Joel Taplin, Harvey Blake, Camilla Bain, Devin Klein Corrigan, Kaylee Whitehouse, and we have Rebecca Campbell, who's your town administrator. I also want to introduce one of our state reps, Candace White. If there's no objection, I think she'd like to speak for a few minutes, if that's all right with you guys.
Hello. Good evening, everyone. Great to be here. My name is Candace White. I'm one of your two state representatives. I live in Waitsfield, but I frequent Warren, and I know I recognize a lot of faces. But I recognize you. I might recognize you a little better if you were wearing your July 4th getup for the parade, because a lot of you have a lot of enthusiasm for the parade. So anyway, it's great to be here. Representative Dara Torre, who lives in Moortown, who is my counterpart, is not able to join tonight. She's actually at the Moortown meeting, and I will be going there shortly after this. So first of all, I wanted to just say thank you to the Select Board and the many Warren community members who volunteer their time or work for the town and put in so much time to just keep Warren going. So just thank you to all of you. And on that public service note, I have a certificate to recognize Dan Raddock for 18 years of service to the town of Warren. So Dan, if you could come up here and... Yeah.
Thank you.
Yeah, one more round of applause for Dan. Yeah. Okay. I wanted to call attention to a town meeting report that I brought, and I've got a few copies at the back table there where Julie is sitting. These are also showing up in this week's Valley Reporter, the one that's currently on the newsstands and the one that's coming out on Thursday. So it's two-part. Dara and I put this together. It's a little update on some of what's going on in the State House that we think is important to you, but it certainly is not comprehensive. So if you have questions about issues that we are not addressing in our town meeting report, if I'm not addressing today, please reach out. We have our email addresses on there. We have coffee hours pretty regularly. we're happy to come to a meeting. Just reach out to us. And one other thing, Dara and I we are fortunate to both be working with University of Vermont interns this session, and Dan's wife, Liz, runs that program at the University of Vermont, and I believe our interns are here somewhere in the audience, Emma Watley and Charlotte Mays. If you guys are here, raise your hand. There you are. Okay, and thanks, Emma. And they will be taking notes this evening and just updating us again if there's anything that we need to follow up with you on. So, a couple things I want to share. So, education reform, I think, is something that we started working on last year. That really came out of a real frustration with property taxes 2 years ago. And so education reform started last year with Act 73, and I think there were some good pieces of that legislation. It was also pretty controversial. On the one hand, we love our schools, we love our teachers, they're doing a great job. On the other hand, Vermont's having a hard time affording our schools, and we see consistent declining enrollment. So, so there's been a charge to do something about education spending. And so Act 73 passed last year, and we are kind of in the second stage of that. And there was a redistricting task force that worked in the summer and fall to come up with recommendations, and they were charged with coming up with maps to split the state into kind of large school districts. I think the governor had specified 4 to 8. The redistricting task force did not come up with maps. They felt that there wasn't a lot of data supporting cost savings through this large consolidation. The task force did come up with a series of good recommendations for ways that we could achieve some cost savings in education. The House Committee on Education is currently kind of exploring a lot of the different ideas that were proposed by the redistricting task force. Some of these ideas call for looking at, they're calling them CISA or BOCES, basically looking at some of the really high cost pieces of education, like special education, like teacher continuing education, and looking at those on a much larger level than what we are doing kind of in our district. And so, trying to achieve some cost savings by having larger districts, having kind of the experts overseeing, a special education district, for example, maybe in 8 parts of the state instead of in every district. So anyway, they're trying to identify areas where they do see cost savings. At the same time, the House Committee on Education has proposed a map on their own, really because Governor Scott said he's not going to sign a budget without a map. So we're kind of trying to work with the governor and also, work with data to achieve some cost savings on education. Healthcare, I'm going to talk a little bit about that. And, so many of these issues are related. We know that as healthcare costs go up, that affects the cost of our schools. We did pass some good legislation at the end of the session last year. And it felt like good legislation. I wasn't sure how much of a cost savings it would be, but basically this legislation required hospitals or stopped hospitals from overcharging customers for prescription drugs that are administered in the hospital. So some hospitals in Vermont were actually charging like 600% markup on, some of these are like cancer drugs for people in the hospital who have no other option. So we capped that. And that has been incredibly significant. And already we are seeing, and I fact-checked this number because I didn't believe it, $230 million in savings in the Vermont healthcare system already. And yeah, So, and so that also positively impacted the cost of teachers' health care. So we were able to keep it to single digits, which, you know, it's gone up double digits. So that's something. So I feel, you know, I'm enthused about our House Committee on Healthcare, and we've also got another bill that I'm trying to remember if we've passed it out of the House yet. I think we have. If we haven't, it'll be coming to the floor next week and going to the Senate. But this is a bill that it allows Vermonters, basically Vermont is going to be joining with a consortium of maybe 5 or 6 other states and joining a nonprofit prescription drug market. And it is supposed to offer Vermonters 20 to 80% savings on prescription drugs, and it will take insurance, but you have to get your drugs through a pharmacy. But so you know, whether you have health insurance or you don't have health insurance, this is called Array RX, and we will share information once it's passed. It hasn't fully passed yet, but we expect that to bring some significant healthcare savings to Vermonters. What else? I want to talk about transportation for a second. I sit on the House Committee on Transportation, and you know, it's a bit of a dire picture. You know, I'd say all parts of state government are facing pretty difficult revenue situations. Transportation in particular is, for a couple of reasons. Number one, the cost of construction, highway construction, has gone up 60% since 2020. And I think we can say that about other construction as well. We've seen a lot of cost increases since COVID. But so while we're seeing, you know, the cost of highway maintenance and highway construction go up that much, we're also seeing revenue in transportation go down. And there are a couple reasons for that. You know, number one, we have a lot more electric vehicles on the road, and that's something that the state has really worked hard towards, and that's really good for us for many reasons. But the electric vehicles don't pay into the gas tax. We also see that the gas tax has not been raised in 20 years, I mean, a long time. And nor does it have an inflator. So, you know, we have certain programs that have an inflator built in so that they at least rise at the level of inflation. So if there were an inflator on the gas tax, it would be going up with the rate of inflation, so it would at least be stemming some of the, you know, the declining revenue that we're seeing. I think we have a lot of support for that, at least in our committee. The governor has said he would veto any gas tax increase, but you know, it's something we're talking about. And I guess and I bring that up because it's come up recently because we're looking at a mileage-based user fee for electric vehicles. So, what's that? Yeah, it's been in development. It is scheduled to roll out January of 27. And so that will be charging a, you know, fee per mile for electric vehicles. And really the rationale is we all need to be paying into the road maintenance. You know, if we're using the road, we need to pay into it. The proposal has an inflator for the mileage-based user fee, which I think is good policy. But you know, I think everyone in our committee kind of said, if we're going to have an inflator on the mileage-based user fee, we need an inflator on the gas tax. Like, let's make this equal, and let's try to stem some of the revenue shortfall. So those are a few of the issues we're dealing with in transportation. I want to bring up that the purchase and use tax, which is the tax that is charged on new and used cars, a third of that has been going to the education fund. Now, because transportation on its own is really having a hard time and losing revenue, we are trying to shore up that revenue in transportation. So there is a proposal to start to pull that revenue back from the education fund, which doesn't solve any. I mean, it's really just switching money from this pot to that pot, but we are just trying to bring awareness to the fact that transportation is challenged, and so we need to keep the money in transportation because that's going to keep our highways safe, keep our roads safe, et cetera. Let's see, there was something else I was going to say on transportation. Oh, and just one other part of kind of what the Agency of Transportation is doing. They had a revenue forecast adjustment in the fall. They had to have some cuts. I want to say they had about 30 cuts of full-time employees. Not all those jobs were filled, but there were 30 full-time jobs that were cut. The fiscal year 27 budget that we are currently working on proposes another 30 or so positions in cuts, as well as pulling back on some program spending. So it's a tough situation. So I hate to be like Debbie Downer, but that's what we're dealing with right now. And going over to property taxes, and as we're talking about revenue, et cetera, we are, the governor did want to put a property tax buy down in the Budget Adjustment Act, which we just passed within the last 2 weeks. The House just decided to not go with that right now, only because we want to understand the situations in all the different agencies, and because we've had federal cuts on different programs and they're still coming in. So the House felt that it was responsible to just get a clear idea of what the revenue looks like from the feds before we committed to how much of a property tax buy down we will support. I personally am in support of a property tax buy down, though I also recognize that when we do a buy down, and we did one last year, we start a little bit more in the hole next year. And I think that's just an important thing to remember. This education transformation is a multi-year project, and it's not going to achieve cost bending or cost savings for a couple more years. And we're not gonna see our property taxes go down in 3 years, but we are expecting to, level them off. So just, be patient, but also share your thoughts and ideas, because I know this is a very controversial subject, and we want to have good schools, and we want to support our teachers, but we also want to make sure that Vermonters can afford to stay here. So if you have thoughts, ideas, concerns, Rep. Torrey and I really appreciate your reaching out individually. We're happy to meet with you, have conversations, because that's really helpful to us as we are representing all of you in the State House. So I'll stop there, and happy to take a few questions.
Does anyone have any questions for the representative? Yes? Oh, I'm so sorry. Could you introduce yourself first?
Closer? Okay, really close. Okay, I have two questions. The first one is
I'm so sorry. Could you introduce yourself, please?
Michael McGurk, Carriage House Road. The first one is very quick. Is the University of Vermont Medical Center a for-profit or a non-profit organization?
Hello? Okay. Healthcare is not, it's not my forte. I believe it's a nonprofit. Yeah.
Question is, how does that get made up in the operating budget of the system?
So I don't know the answer to that. What I can say is that hospitals, as part of that legislation, there was a piece in there that if hospitals felt like this limitation on their ability to mark up these prescription drugs to such an extent, if that were to create a financial disaster for them, they would work with the Green Mountain Care Board to help kind of solve those issues in other ways. I mean, I think hospital budgets are fairly complex, and I wouldn't begin to pretend that I know all of what's in there. But there was a provision that if a hospital felt like that was a hardship, Green Mountain Care Board would work with them and help them overcome that in a different way.
I think we may have time for one or two more questions. I know Representative White has limited time. Is there anyone else who has a question or comment? Yes? We're going to get you a mic. One moment, please.
I'd like to ask, I believe that with the governor's proposal to buy down the taxes, we're only looking at a 7% increase in our taxes. And if we don't get that buy down, then we're looking at 13%. Is that correct? So I think the legislature's got to move, because 13, 13, 13, 13, we are one of the highest costing school districts in the United States, and our performance in the schools are on the bottom half of that. So the legislature's got to step up and consolidate. That's my view. So what's going to happen if we don't buy down? What's our tax implication?
I think the numbers that you've brought up are similar to what I've heard, but we don't actually know until all the school budgets are submitted to the state. And as you know, the legislature has to fund the school budgets that were passed. So once they all come in, we have to fund them, and then we actually know what the tax implications are. There have been a lot of estimates, and I think yours are about right, Jean.
Do you have time for one more question? Or okay. Anyone else out there have a question or comment? Yes, we're going to get you a microphone in just a moment.
And I have a question about tolls. I was listening to WDEV, and the commentator was talking about putting tolls in the state of Vermont, at least in the entranceways of Vermont. And I was wondering what's happening with that.
Kirsten, that's a great question. And I asked that last year in my first year in transportation, because I was like, why don't we just put tolls on the highway like everybody else does? We can't, because the federal government has funded our state highway system, and if they've funded it completely, a state can't put a toll on it. So like New Hampshire, they funded that road, and that's how they have a toll on it. So same issue with Vermont Welcome Centers. We can't charge for anything. That's why there's free coffee, because they were funded by the federal government. We're not allowed to charge anything there. So, okay. What's that? Anyway, thank you, everyone. It's great to see you. I appreciate the questions, and feel free to reach out, and have a great town meeting.
Thank you, Representative White. we're going to move on. I'm going to start with a brief functional review of Robert's rules for you guys. Robert's rules are the rules that we govern these meetings with, in hopes of assuring that our town meetings are efficient and orderly and providing an opportunity for all of our voters to be heard before allowing the majority to decide. So we have several articles to consider today. For each article, we'll need to start with a motion and then hear a second to begin discussion. The discussion is your time to raise any questions or comments or to propose an amendment. If you'd like to speak, please raise your voter card that you received when you checked in, as you guys have been doing. Thank you. And when you're recognized, we'll bring a microphone out to you. When speaking, please stand if you're able and begin any comment by introducing yourself. I will do my best to call on everyone who'd like to speak before circling back and giving anyone who hasn't yet spoken, or excuse me, who has already spoken, a second chance to speak. Please be mindful of everyone's time and keep any comments or questions focused on whatever we're considering. If we do have any amendments proposed, we will vote on those amendments before we vote on the article itself. A vote can be called at any time with the support of a 2/3 majority, or as is typically done, I'll just wait until discussion seems to conclude, and then we'll call a vote. Quick aside, is there anyone here who is not a registered Warren voter? You guys are more than welcome to be here. Thank you so much for coming. Please just refrain from voting. We do most of our votes by voice, so just don't vote. If you do want to speak, that's welcome if everyone consents to it. So if you do want to speak, just stand up, introduce yourself, let us know that you're not a Warren voter, and I'll just ask if everyone's okay with that, and we can move forward from there. When it does come time to vote on an article, I'll read the article out again, reflecting any amendments. And when we do a voice vote, I will ask those in favor to say aye, and those who are opposed to say no. If the outcome is not clear from the voice vote, we can move on to a hand vote. In the case of a hand vote, I will ask those in favor to raise their voter cards, and then all those opposed to do the same. Typically, we stand, but I think if everyone's okay with it, I'll just ask people to raise their cards, if there's no objection to that. If the outcome is still in question after a hand vote, we can move on to a paper ballot if 7 voters request it. Keep in mind that votes by paper ballot take a long time, but we will do our best to be very efficient if we do need to use a paper ballot vote. Before we begin, I also just want to thank everyone who helped put this meeting together, and the election and the potluck after we conclude, and in particular, I want to thank the elementary school staff and the PTO. Now let's familiarize ourselves with the annual report. As is traditional, I'm going to go through the report and list all of the items in the order that they appear. If there's no objection, I know that we have some committees or commissions who would like to give a very brief presentation about their report, if that's all right with you all. Excellent. And I think we'll just do those reports as we get to those pages. Okay. Thank you. I will try. The dedication is on page 2 to 3. This year's report is dedicated to Gary Eckert and Mike Bridgewater. A list of all of our town officers is on pages 5 through 8. The warning for this meeting is on page 9. The Warren Select Board report is on page 10. The statement of taxes raised is on page 11. The statistical charts of your tax dollars is on page 12. The delinquent tax report is on pages 13 through 16. The Warren Town budget is on pages 17 through 27. The Warren Decentralized Wastewater Report and Budget is on pages 28 through 30. The Town Clerk's Report is on page 31. The war, do you have a, is it, if you don't mind. The Warren Public Library report and budget is on pages 32 through 33. I know that members of the public library may want to speak on this. Is anyone interested?
I am Ellen Kuchera. I represent the Warren Public Library Board of Trustees. Thank you all for supporting our budget in all our years past. First, a huge thank you to our librarians, Marie and Amanda. Oh, I forgot my I have a little cheat sheet to talk about everything that we've done in this past year. 2025 was our 125th anniversary of the library, which we celebrated with over, a total of 203 programs, including 4 programs specifically for the library birthday. We had 8,300 visits in 2025 to the library, which was about 33 visits per day. Marie has some more information if you're interested at any point. She has copies. It is all in the town report, but there are programs for all ages, all people, story hours, book clubs, cookbook club, crafting projects, and about 1 million other things. Almost anything that you can imagine wanting, the library has hosted in the past year. And books. And books, both real physical books, which people are checking out at amazing rates, digital books, other things, cake pans, craft projects, more things than I can even list. There's a great report in there. So check it out, check out the library. Let Marie know if there are things that you want that we don't have. And I forgot to call out the other board members who are in the room. Alex McClay is also a board member. Dave Ellison is also here. 3 members who are not with us today, Linda Tyler, Karen Singheiser, and Susan Comiskey. Reach out to any of us if you ever have any questions about the library or you want to make it better, because we are here for the Warren town. Thank you.
If it's all right, we're just going to continue with this unless anyone has any really urgent questions. We do have an article discussing the library later where we can have discussion of that as well. All right. The Warren Historical Society report is on page 34. I think I heard that someone from the Historical Society would also like to speak briefly. Yeah.
Hi there. I'm Shannon Dunphy-Convicka, president of the Warren Historical Society and Warren Town Historian, which is a thing. After an 8-year hiatus, the Warren Historical Society reconvened last April. We elected officers, formed a board, and got to work. Our biggest project this first year was the reopening of the Blair Barn Museum, which, Jim, raise your hand here. Yeah. He headed up, and it was an amazing collaboration of our group. Some of you may know about Warren's 39-star flag. It's a massive flag. It would take up possibly more than this entire auditorium. And the flag makers guessed wrong, and that makes it genuinely rare. And we're raising about $3,500 to build a proper display case. That's something we're actively fundraising for, and we're looking for contributions. You can come to a meeting or look us up on our website. The project I'm most excited about, though, is our time capsule. And in 1976, on who knows what, during the bicentennial, Warren buried a time capsule, and it's been in the ground for 50 years. And this spring, we're going to dig it up. And the target date is May 19th, and we plan to put contents on display for the 4th of July. And if you want to be involved or possibly collaborate with a new version of it, we will have information on that. We're still trying to figure out some details and various things. We do plan to bury a new one, and we want your help. We're looking for written contributions, letters, reflections, predictions about Warren's future, and we're working with the elementary. Hopefully, Sam, I know I'm calling you out in advance of our conversation, but we will be working with them. Details to come on how to submit, and 50 years from now, someone will open it up and read what this town meant to us in 2026. Visit our website, come to a meeting, third Thursday of every month, 6 p.m. In the municipality building, and Rita Kragos is actually a member of our group, so I feel like it's very legit. Yeah, thank you guys. Please join, come.
Thank you so much. All right, back to the town report. The Warren Listers report is on page 35. The Warren Volunteer Fire Department report is on page 36. Does someone want to speak from the fire department at all?
I'm Jeff Campbell. I'm the chief of the Warren Volunteer Fire Department. I'd like to first start by recognizing Butch Hartshorn. He's going to hate me for this, but for 60 years of service to the town, he stepped down this past year. With that said, I'd also just like to remind everybody to please put up 911 addresses at your house. There are still a ton of houses in the valley, or in Warren, let alone the valley, that do not have 911 addresses. It makes it a lot easier at 2 in the morning when we're trying to find your house, or trying to find your neighbor's house and we go to yours instead. So.
The Warren Arts Commission report, committee report is on page 37. Does anyone from the Arts Committee want to speak to that? Yes. Can we get a microphone? Thank you.
Hi, I'm Marie Schmuckel, and I, along with Maria Burfoot and Dana Lasias, are the Warren Arts Committee. We took over after Ginny Roth died. It had kind of been a committee of one for many years, and then it's now a true committee with 3 of us. You can read our report. I'm not going to rehash it all, but we continued with the Counterpoint concert in December with VSO Brass, which is kind of our capstone event of the year. It is free to everybody, and we really try to make the arts accessible to anybody who wants to access them in Warren. We also this year funded a Phantom Theater production, which was a former Warren kid who came back and did a performance at Phantom Theater, so we felt like that was a very Warren-centric performance to support, and that is really what we try to do. Everything else is in our report.
Thank you so much. The Warren Cemetery Committee report, just the Warren Cemetery report, is on page 38. Would anyone like to speak on that? Yes?
The room. I'm Julie Burns, and this was my first year on the Cemetery Commission. Mainly, we just figured out what we had for finances. We don't have much money coming in due to no active participants. So We are trying to figure out ways to fundraise, and we need to replace our fencing around the village cemetery, and so we've been trying to figure out how to do that, and we might be doing a fundraiser to start doing that. And we met with the Valley cemeteries to kind of share ideas, and that's about it.
Thank you. The Warren Department of Public Safety report is on page 39. The Warren Planning Commission report is on page 40. I know someone from the Planning Commission wants to speak. Yes?
Thank you. Dan Raddock, outgoing chair of the Warren PC. There have been some recent developments that are not in our report, so I just wanted to discuss them with you quickly. As backdrop, I think we know this, but demographically, Warren in the Valley is getting older and wealthier over time. We know that first-time home buyers and renters, long-term renters, are struggling terribly to find places to live. We know connected to this, businesses are finding it very hard to find employees, and as we heard, our school population is continuing to decline. And full-time residents, as a percentage of our total population, are declining. And I think we all know that many of these developments are connected to a lack of affordable housing. So I wanted to mention something that is, I think, really, really exciting in that, and related to our current town garage site, right, like you drove past to get here. Habitat for Humanity has expressed interest in partnering with the town to develop, or at least to explore developing that site once the garage moves locations. And they've expressed interest in partnering with the town to explore developing affordable housing at that site. And the Planning Commission voted to recommend that the Select Board explore that partnership with Habitat for Humanity. And the Select Board has agreed to host a meeting on April 28th where Habitat for Humanity will present their ideas, their vision. I mean, it would be a long road. You got to start everything with a feasibility study. But a really exciting opportunity potentially for the town to partner with Habitat for Humanity to build affordable housing on the current town garage site. So I just wanted to, that's not in the town report, the late breaking news. I hope everyone will come to that April 28th meeting and hear what Habitat for Humanity has to say and ask questions. And that's it, and thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you. The Warren Development Review Board and Zoning Admin Report is on page 41. I also think someone wants to speak. Yes?
Hi, I'm Jeff Sholkoff. I'm the chair of the review board. Okay. It sounds like we don't have nearly as much fun or fun events as the library board, and we haven't had to work nearly as hard as the Planning Commission has on the new land use and development regulations. So I just want to express appreciation, especially to the Planning Commission. We're about to take on learning how the new rules work, which we have been working, I don't know, some of us have been working for 20 or 30 years under the old rules. The Development Review Board, for people who don't know, basically reviews certain projects that rise to a level of needing conditional use or being appealed as a zoning administrator's decision. And we just apply the rules that have been adopted by the Select Board, developed by the Planning Commission, to see if projects that are proposed are in compliance. Sometimes it's subdivision, sometimes it's use, sometimes it's simple adjustments or some conflicts between different parties. The reports there, it states there's certain things that the zoning administrator, Ruth Robbins, does that they can do administratively, and there's other things that rise to the need. We meet usually once or twice a month, and been doing it for a while. There we go.
Thank you so much. I just want to remind people when you're speaking, and maybe this is a reminder that I could use as well, to really hold the mic up to your mouth. There's one more committee that expressed interest in having a brief comment on their report during, as we reviewed the table of contents, and that's the Warren Conservation Committee, whose report is on page 42 to 43. Does anyone from the Conservation Committee?
Yes, thank you very much. My name is Hito Coleman. I'm the chair of the committee. And just as a quick overview, the Warren Conservation Commission is literally tasked with trying to facilitate the town plan as it comes to conservation. So if you're well aware of the town plan, that's really the directive by which we pursue all the work we're doing, whether it's conservation of land or control of invasives or educating the population on conservation efforts here in the valley. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Hito. The warning and minutes from town meeting 2025 is on pages 43 to 44. The report from the Department of Public Works is on page 45. The Warren School PTO report and financials is on page 46 through 47. If it's all right, we have time towards the end, under Article 11, when we can have open discussion.
Well, you mean you can't talk on 44?
We will have time to discuss for open comment and for other business, but that comes at the end of the meeting in Article 11.
We're going down the thing, the numbers of the pages. We ought to be able to talk on each page.
The purpose of this is just to familiarize ourselves with the report, but I promise you we will have an opportunity to talk about this, so keep that in mind, and I'll call on you.
Back to you, I promise.
The Warren School PTO report and financials is on page, I'm sorry, I already noted that one. It's on page 46 through 47. The Washington County Sheriff's report is on page 48. The Mad River Resource Management Alliance's report is on page 49 through 50. The Warren River Walk Planning District's report is on page 51. A report from the Mad River Valley Ambulance Service is on page 52 through 53. A report from Friends of the Mad River is on page 54. A report from the Mad River Valley Recreation District is on pages 55 and 56. A report from MRV TV is on page 57. A report from WMRW 94.5 LP Warren is on page 58. A report from Roots Work is on page 59 and 60. A report from Mad River Valley Senior Citizens is on 61. And the Mad River Valley Health Center is on page 62. A report from Central Vermont Home Health and Hospice is on page 63. A report from Mad River Path is on page 64. A report from Central Vermont Adult Education is on page 65. We have Vermont Independent Living on page 66. Central Vermont Council on Aging has a report on 67. The Central Vermont Regional Planning Commission has a report on 68. On page 69, we have the Family Center of Washington County. On page 70, we have Elevate Youth Services. We have Good Beginnings of Central Vermont on page 71. We have the the Mad River Community Fund on page 72. The Vermont Department of Health's contribution is on page 73 and 74. The Capstone Community Action Report is on page 75. Circle of Vermont has a report on page 76. There is a report from Downstreet on page 77. And a Green Up Day report on page 78. All right, now that we've all become familiar with the town report, we can move on to Article 1. So I'm going to read the article, and then I'm going to ask for someone to move the article, and if we hear a second, we can begin discussion. Article 1, shall the town vote a budget of $5,411,053 to meet the expenses and liabilities of the town, including the capital expenditures, and to authorize the select board to set a tax rate sufficient to provide the same? Can I hear a motion? Any second? Thank you. All right, we're talking about Article 1. I know we have a presentation from Devin Klein-Corrigan, if that's all right with everyone.
Hi, everybody. Devin here. I didn't really volunteer to give this presentation, so bear with me as I do this, please. We have a few slides here just to sort of help illustrate what's happening with the budget. By no means as extensive as Bob would have done. We miss you for that. But we do have a few things that are noteworthy. The fire pond bond has been paid off. Yay. We received your blessing to move forward with the new town garage build, which resulted in a bond request. We have pulled $5.5 million, I believe, in the first bond, and the first payment for that will be due this coming year for $367,638. I think it's nice to note that our health insurance decreased by 3.8%. That never happens. We do have some increases in the capital budget. We have planned for a sidewalk replacement continuation where we stopped on Main Street to head south past the post office, basically to where the sidewalk ends. And we have already contracted with Parent Construction to do that work, and I believe they are holding with their pricing from last year, which is great. We moved the paving line item from the operating budget entirely into the capital budget. We used to split that. We would put, $220,000 in the operating budget and $220,000 in the capital budget, and we felt like it was cleaner and more appropriate to put all of that funding into the capital budget. So you'll see that line item go up and a reduction in the operating budget. The state of Vermont gave us an unsatisfactory rating on the bridge on North Main Street, just before you reach Trout Hollow. So we have received a rough estimate for replacement on that. It's for repairs, sorry, 590 some odd thousand, I think, 490 for that. And so we have put a larger allocation into that line item than we do year over year so that we don't draw that fund all the way down. We have noticed that in the past, with high water events or other unexpected damage, we've needed that fund to repair other bridges. So we were concerned about drawing down that fund too much. We also have some other miscellaneous town improvements in the capital budget as we are anticipating moving forward with a capital improvement plan, which leads to our next slide, where we have committed to a maintenance contract. This is something that we've been talking about at the board level for years and years and years. Since Barry, may he rest in peace, has left us, we haven't had someone sort of managing our facilities, and we need someone to do that. We've talked about adding another employee to the budget, and we decided as a board it was most fiscally responsible to subcontract that work out. So we have allocated $100,000. $50,000 of that is in contract form with a property management company who will deal with any and all miscellany that comes up with our buildings, whether it's replacing a toilet paper holder or fixing a broken toilet, et cetera. And another $50,000 to put towards projects that need improvement. If there's rotten sills on the windows, we can put some money into actually replacing them. During this first year, as part of that project, they will also help us build out a capital improvements plan. And we'll look at all of the buildings and hopefully determine schedules for replacements and repairs for each of them so that we have a better understanding of what the expenditures will be going forward. We have also added a 6th road crew member. This was a difficult decision for all of us. It's a large line item. It's something that we wish we could avoid, and our road crew is incredible. They are so valued. They work incredibly hard, and I think it's since November 11th through to the beginning of January, none of them had had a single day off. And that is untenable. And when one of them is sick, someone fell ill, if someone breaks a leg or an arm or needs time away, we're left in a difficult situation with too few people to adequately maintain our roads. So we made the decision to allow them to look for a 6th crew member in order to alleviate some of those strains. We are also hoping that in that process, it means less overtime hours for the entire crew, and there may be some cost savings there. I think we will probably see an increase, though. Excitingly, we have decided to increase our funding for the 4th of July. We've put $30,000 toward the party this year instead of the usual $20,000. It's important to note that we do usually go over budget on that line item anyway, so it's really only an increase in about $5,000 or $6,000. And our hope there is that we'll have an even bigger, better party. Part of what's happening with respect to that, just so everybody knows, we have 2 bands scheduled to play. One up at the municipal lot, that will be Jewel House, who's been with us for so long, and we're really committed to them and excited to have them play. And then George Dorsey at the Warren store has hired the Grift to play on the porch. If you're interested in understanding how that decision came about, please talk to us at some other time. And hopefully y'all will stay and party with us. Oh, that's it, I'm done.
Thank you. Do we have any discussion on Article 1? That can include questions. Yes, can we get a microphone over here? Oh, thank you, Devin.
Thank you, Devin. Thank you. Wynn Smith, I live on Galloping Wind Trail. I apologize, I've been a ski bum for 25 years, so the financial skills might be a little rusty. But to preamble to the question, I'd like everybody turn to page 16, if you have the annual report.
Would you, I'm so sorry, hold them.
Page 16, page 16. So if you look at that, the budget for the town, municipal budget, has increased by 44% since 2020. That's a compound annual increase per year of 7.6%. So now I'd ask everybody, because there are a lot of people, I think, here on Social Security, has your COLA increased by 7.6% per year? So that's just a preamble. That's not a judgment, just a fact. So if you then take a look at page 27, and this is really the bottom line of the budget. And let me just get to that page. I will. All right, is that better? Okay, 27. Take a look at page 27. Here's why I'm a little confused. Maybe you can clarify this. So one thing in my private sector world, one of the things that my departments always like to do, which I didn't let them do, is to compare this year's budget against last year's budget instead of last year's actual spend. So look at the bottom line here. This year's budget request is $5.4 million. That's a 11%, 10.92% increase over last year's budget. It's a 64% increase over last year's actual spend. 64%. Now, the question that I have, those are statements, that's from here. Here's my question. If you take a look at the budget for 2025 versus the actual for 2024, the variance is, if I did my math correct, $1.2 million approximately. If you look at the budget for this year compared to the actual spend from last year, that's a variance of that is a variance of 2.1 approximately. So if you add those two together, it looks like we budgeted but not spent. So where did the variance go? I know you do in July adjust the municipal, or adjust the budget to get to the actual municipal rate, but it looks to me like you budgeted $3.3 million more than you've actually spent. Now you don't have a balance sheet, so this is maybe where it's confusing, you can clarify it. The actual balance, if you look at the capital budget on this report, says it's $3.7 million. So is the overage actually going into the capital budget? If it is going into the actual capital budget, I'd ask the question why? Because you take a look at the actual capital budget spend for the last couple of years, it's averaged about $1 million. So that means there's an excess of $2.7 million in the capital budget. Now I understand, perhaps you can't reallocate once it's in the budget. I don't know the clarification on that. But if you can reallocate it, would it make sense to take a look at actually reducing this year's budget by the amount of excess that we've accumulated the last few years? And if you can't, would it make sense to actually reduce the borrowing that we've just done for the town garage? So that's sort of a complicated set of questions.
Would anyone like to respond to that?
I thought Bob was going to respond. Hold on.
Hi, Harvey Blake. I had the same question you did when I looked at this. The one thing I would highlight, you're looking at 2025 actual versus 2026 budget. Can you hear me now? Is that better? I had the same question you did. I think there's just a footing situation here. The 1.2 million of the actual capital, you can add that into the gross expenditures. The 3.2 is just the expenditures from the operating budget. So that'll be fixed in next year's, but that's just, it's really 4.4 million compared to a budget of 4.8. It's not an error, it's just a nomenclature. Agreed.
Is there anyone who'd like to? Okay, if you'd like to speak, I can call on you again and we can get you a microphone again. Is there anyone else who'd like to speak on this? Yes. Can we get a microphone over here? Oh, I'm sorry. Do you want to, Harvey? I'm sorry. I thought you had concluded.
What were the other aspects of the question?
Basically, if you take a look at 2025 versus 2024, it's still a variance of about $1.2 million. So I don't know if there was error in that year. But the question is, if there was an overage and it's going into the capital budget, are we all comfortable leaving it in the capital budget versus using some spend down on the municipal rate, or identifying that money to be used to reduce the borrowing, the debt for the town garage?
It's understandable why you would think that. I think the same issue is in the 24-25, so it's not $1.2 million. Just subtract that 900,000 from the actual capital, and then you'll be much closer. But mechanically, the funds don't flow into the capital. The funds that aren't spent just remain in the operating account.
Can we get a microphone over here, please? Oh. Thank you.
No, this is Bob Ackland, and I used to stand here and make this dance many years, over many years. So I think you, and I'm 99.99% correct, I think, okay? Is that when you put forth a capital budget, which you did in January, you should have had a town meeting, a public meeting, and there's 30 days to respond. That money is then, when you're putting forth that this money is going to be put into the capital accounts. That is correct. So the money is going into the capital accounts. So I'm quite frankly, I didn't catch it till Wynn told me about it. So here's my questions. There's a lot of areas where I went through this line by line that you're budgeting what you budgeted last year, but you haven't spent anywhere near it. And that used to bother me a lot when I was on the board, and we tried to stop doing it. There has to be justification for why you're doing it. That's why I tried. Well, that's irrelevant. I'm not going to go into that. I think a little more detail in sections would be helpful for the voters to understand what's going on. I have concern over your $100,000 going to a property contract, as Devin called it. I think it's improper use of funds. It's overstating what you need to do. We have qualified staff who could do what you're doing, and with a 6-person in the road crew, you've got the ability to take an existing employee, give him some more money, and have him do this. Okay? I proposed that years ago, a couple of years ago, and it would be a benefit to the road crew as well, and to that person. I think trying to go out and put a property management crew here, they don't have the town's interest at heart. They have their pocketbook at heart. They see something that needs to be done, okay, they come in, they can do, and they can bill it. The staff here has the capability to do this. I totally am against this and think it's improper management on the part of the select board.
Bob, when you say that we have staff members who can do this, what particular positions are you referring to?
Okay, so let's just go back to what happened many years ago. Barry retired from the select board, stepped up as DPW. And so and if you remember, Camilla, I proposed that we replace Barry with Andrew and that we step up his pay and put on a 6th person. And I still think that's the right move. And this is, to me, I just see this going sideways. Because the street talks, I know who some of the people are that you're talking to, and I just think that it's not going to work. And I'd like to know why you think your idea is better than what I suggest.
I'd like to interject here, and we are sort of having a little bit of a back and forth, and that's fine. But I do want everyone else to be allowed to speak. So Camilla, if you want to respond to this, that's fine. But after that, I'd really like to allow everyone else to speak. And Bob, if no one else wants to speak, we can return to you. Is that all right?
That's fine.
Okay,
I have no
Camilla,
problem. I've spoken my piece. Well, I have one more piece. So
okay, but if it's all right, we have had a bit of a back.
It's a different item. It's a different item.
Sure. I'd like
So I
still.
think,
all right, please.
I think we've got some what I would call very inconsistent salary increases in the budget. That's all I'll say.
Thank you. Anyone else who'd like to speak? I see a hand right over here.
Hi, thank you. Good evening, Hardy Merrill. I have been a Warren resident and taxpayer since 2004 in the Lincoln Gap neighborhood. I struggled, I was motivated to look at the annual report after I received it a couple days ago, after I saw the headline 11% increase in the newspaper. When I tried to go immediately, as I would, to the bottom line, I was as confused as Wynn Smith here in trying to make heads or tails. I tried to look back at last year's 2024 report. I found that the 2024 actual number cited here is off by about $1 million from the one cited in last year's report. I grew more confused. I felt like I did not have any basic information to make any decisions on voting yay or nay on a budget. I looked at the Waitsfield annual report today online a little after noon for comparison to see what's included there. They have detailed fund balance information for their general fund, all their reserve funds, all in this annual report. They also include a summary report, which is very detailed, of the independent auditor's report. And they explain in that section in the Waitsfield annual report that that's required by law, and they tell you how to obtain that if you'd like the full, as opposed to just the summary in the annual report. So, you know, I looked into law, and I found in Title 24, Vermont Statutes, Section 1682, subsection A1, the audit report must be mailed or otherwise distributed to the voters at least 10 days prior to annual meeting. Sub 2, voters may vote to provide notice of availability in lieu of mailing of the report, and this notice of availability must be provided at least 30 days before annual meeting in a Warren Town meeting. I couldn't find any record, at least looking back several months, of that occurring. I know when I look through the town positions, there's no town auditor listed. So I assume that the town has instead, pursuant to Title 24, Section 1682, Sub B, if the town has voted to eliminate the office of elected auditor, the select board bears the responsibility of mailing or otherwise distributing the findings of the professional accountant licensed in the state of Vermont hired by the select board. I've not been able to find this document on the town website. The most recent town audit report is dated from fiscal 21. So has this report been made available? If so, how? Was it properly warned? How were the voters notified of its availability? Because I can't make a decision on voting on this budget without actual information, and I would like to see the information required by statute before making such a vote. I'm addressing that to the select board, whose responsibility per statute it is to ensure the distribution of this report.
Thank you. Do we have anyone from the select board who'd like to comment?
I don't think any of us want to comment after that.
It's a question, I'm asking a question.
So the auditor's report has been done. It was publicly warned in a meeting. We had a review. The auditors also presented to the board, and I do believe, although I haven't checked since your question, that it is on the website. We can verify that. The website is challenging, and sometimes it is a little hard to find documents. So we're working through that in the coming year, hopefully. I'm sorry for your frustration, and thank you for presenting that information to us. I just want to remind everyone that we are volunteers, and sometimes we miss things. So we will, and the reference to Waitsfield's report is excellent. I think we've all jotted down some notes, and that's a wonderful thing for us to make sure we include next year.
So Madam Moderator, I'd like to move that Article 1 be postponed until such time that the audit report can be made available to the voters and we can have accurate information. And
one moment, please.
And
just a couple of things. The most recent audit that was done was for 2024. The 2025 audit is in process. So it can't.
You're not complying with statute. I don't see how there could be a legal vote if we do move ahead to vote on this budget. It's not clear to me how that would be legal.
I'd like to pause discussion of this for 1 second, please, while I determine how to rule on this. I'm so sorry. Yes. Randy, 1 moment. Can I? Hi.
So a motion was made. Where do we stand with that?
And
it's been seconded.
Yes, we can now move to discussion of postponement. Is that correct? All right, I think, hi, I have someone in the back who'd like to speak, yes?
I just want to echo Wynn's questions about this. I'm not a.
Can you please state your name? I'm so sorry. Thank you.
Kevin Losty, Warren resident since 2011. It's very unclear, did the town end 2025 with a surplus, and what was that surplus? I think that would be an easy way to explain this to everyone in the group, because you're going line by line, and does the account balance include this year's budget, or is it completely separate from this year's budget? And if you're holding on to this amount of money, where in the town charter says you can hold millions of dollars, is the problem I have with Waitsfield. Pick a project, do the project, pay for the project. We as taxpayers shouldn't be overtaxed with the idea that we'll figure out how to spend it. I like you guys, and I appreciate you volunteering, but I don't trust you.
Okay, please limit personal, we're just gonna keep discussing what's at hand, if you guys don't mind, thank you. Is there anyone else who'd like to comment? Yes? And we're discussing the motion to postpone at the moment. Can you, if you use the mic, please, and if you don't mind introducing yourself again, I'm sorry.
Again, Gene Buffano, Murray Hill. I've been a part-time resident for 30 years and full-time resident 23 years. I've owned property here and pay taxes here. And it is interesting, as Wynn pointed out, the increase in our taxes. And I hear every day on media about affordability. We keep hearing affordability. I'm retired. I don't want to have to get a job just to live in this town. And I think Wynn pointed out a number of good points in regard to the money we spend. I also have a major problem with the whole town garage, and we're paying over $1 million extra for a garage, and I sent that information to the select board twice and reviewed the budget that was supplied by REARCH. We are being overtaxed, and we have to stop. It could be 7 to 13% increase in our school taxes. Now, we have to stop and say, hey, let's figure this out and let's reduce the cost. And I'm sure there's money in our budget that could be reduced.
Anyone who'd like to?
I'm Randy Taplin. I'd like to just reinforce the idea that these people are volunteers. They're doing the best they can. And the very hostile adversarial position that some people are taking are just not appropriate. If you've got something to say it nicely.
Hi, please, no interjections, thank you. We can return to you. Thank you, Randy.
I would just say, I was a selectman in charge of roads for years. And every year, we deal with people like you who are loudmouths and don't ever do anything for the town.
I'm so sorry to interject, Randy. If we could just
just
refrain from personal. Thank you. Do we have anyone who'd like to speak? Yes? Hi. Oh, we can't hear you quite. Can you turn? One moment, please. Technical difficulties. Bear with us. Can you give that one more try? One moment.
Is this an omen?
Okay, we hear you.
How about that? Hi, I'm Randy Graves. I've been here for a long time, longer time in Vermont, and I was on the select board for 6 years. I wanted to thank Bob, Hardy, and Wynn for stating very clearly where we stand with this proposed budget. I cannot support it for a number of reasons, and if you'd like to hear them, I can continue being Dr. No on Front Porch Forum. But I can't support this, I can't support Article 3, and I can't support Article 7 because, as Jean says, we have to put a rein on spending somewhere. Please.
So this is a bit of a strange situation, but I'm a little bit unclear about the specific legal thing here. So this is sort of strange to me telling you this, but I would love if someone could, if anyone has any comments, but I'll tell you what I'm working with here. Yes, I will, just one moment, please, I'm so sorry. My understanding is that if we, and again, we are discussing specifically the motion to postpone, which would cease debate. If in that case, my understanding is that that would essentially kill the motion, and we would have to, at the end of this meeting, we would adjourn to time and place, not adjourn the meeting altogether. So my understanding is, as long as we're considering the postponement, that is what we are considering. If we vote on the postponement and we decide not to postpone and to vote on the budget today, we can then do that, and we can entertain amendments to line items. But I want to, and forgive me, I volunteer in this, and I have a decent understanding of Robert's rules, but this specific area, I admit. Thank you. So I want to, for the time being, specifically entertain discussion of whether or not to postpone this article. If we want to discuss the article itself, we can first vote on postponement. Okay, do you have a comment on postponement?
I do.
Please.
I think it's a good idea to postpone it, if that's something we can do, until we have information that people can understand and that makes sense. And this doesn't, I'm sorry to say. And even though I'm saying that, I know that the select board works really, really hard. And I appreciate all that they do. However, we're talking about millions and millions of dollars here. And we deserve to have good information so that we can make a good vote. Thank you.
Thank you. Do we have any other comments? Yes, we're going to get you a microphone in just a moment. We can return to you, sir, shortly, but we're going to get you a microphone first. Yes.
Hi, my name is Carl Lobel. I live in Warren, Vermont. Lived here for 49 years. I'm in favor of the postponement, and I would like to bring it back, the question back to what the gentleman in the back said, that the budget from last year, we actually have a surplus. We did not spend all the money that was budgeted. Is that correct? Was there a surplus? Thank you.
I can answer it. The amount that the operating account, so there's a capital account and there's an operating account called the general fund. So the 3.2 million is the operating account. I'm sure Bob knows far more than I do. There was a surplus last year, and I believe there will be a surplus in 2025 as well. That money typically, to the extent there's an accumulation in the operating account, we reduce the tax rate. We typically keep a couple $100,000 in the operating account. I'm new here, but that's what I've been able to understand, so that there's a little cash flow because of the timing of taxes, and people pay taxes in November. People pay taxes later than the due date of August, so we need a little cash flow. But there's not a lot of cash in there. To the extent it's over a couple $100,000, we just reduce the amount of the tax rate. That's on the operating side. On the capital side, money's put into the capital account, and if it's not spent, it accumulates to buy things like fire trucks. Every 7 years, we buy a new fire truck for the different types of fire trucks. So it's supposed to accumulate. A capital account is supposed to accumulate. That's the whole idea of it. The capital account is, it is a reserve fund, yeah. It's designed to accumulate. So we have $500,000 in the highway department equipment. There's a schedule that, Bob, I think you made, that lays out all of the highway trucks we're going to buy over the next 30 years, and the accumulation here then allows us to buy a $300,000 truck every 7 years, or whatever the schedule lays out. So the capital account is different than the operating account. To the extent we have a surplus in the operating account, that money goes back to the taxpayers, other than a small amount that we keep just for general liquidity. On the capital account, it's supposed to accumulate. You should have a surplus, and arguably the more surplus you have, the safer you are. But that's why we debate about whether we should have paid or we should pay for the bridge out of the existing bridge fund, which has $516,000 in it as of 12/31/25. Should we pay for it all out of that, which would use it all up, or should we put a little bit more in there so we still have a little bridge fund? That's what Devin alluded to. And what's being proposed here is, instead of depleting the entire $516,000 in that account to pay for the bridge on North Main Street, we're going to put $200,000 in, which isn't the full amount for that bridge, but is a good chunk of it, so that we'll still have some money left in the bridge fund. So if a flood wipes out another bridge, we'll have a little money in the capital account. That's the whole idea here. So yes, there in all likelihood will be surplus. Yes, we'll keep a little bit of that in the operating account. And yes, to the extent there's more than a little bit, we give it back to the taxpayers.
Okay. We're going to get... You're welcome to speak, but I'd like to get you a microphone first. Hi, thank you. Yes, so there is, I hear, a desire to discuss the budget itself, and I recognize that, and I've been a little loosey-goosey. However, I'd like to, thank you everyone, but I'd like to speak specific, if you guys can just speak specifically to the motion to postpone right now. Is there anyone? Yes, I see in the back there.
My name is Joe Robinson. I've lived in Warren all my life. And I think the last young lady that spoke about postponing vote on this she just made so much sense in what she said. And she said it very kindly and respectfully, appreciating all the work for the board. But most of the people in this audience don't understand the numbers. And questions, valid questions have been raised. I really appreciated the way Wynn Smith expressed the idea that was confusing me so much. And so I support the idea of postponing voting on this article.
1 minute, I'm gonna let Kaylee speak.
I really appreciate everyone stepping up and saying how they feel about the postponement. I think if this were to be postponed, I would recommend that people go back and watch the select board meetings over the past 3 months and see the process yourself as well, to see what we talked about, because we didn't talk about what we budgeted before. We talked about in depth with department heads, with staff, about what was spent, what was upcoming, what their actuals were. That was all part of the discussion. So understanding that everyone wants more summary to understand how we arrived at the numbers we did, but we did go through that process and it is publicly available to you. So if this is postponed, I would just encourage everyone to take a look as it'll help inform the review of the budget.
Thank you. Yes.
Hi, I'm Sarah McDougall. I live on Woods Road North, which is a tiny little road off of Applewood Road in East Warren. I have a practical question about postponement. If we do vote to postpone, what does that mean in terms of timeline? Is there something, I apologize, I had to step out for a moment, so maybe this has already been covered, but are we talking about a couple weeks, a month, and then what happens operatingly speaking if we don't have a budget as of today? Thank you.
If there's no objections, I can speak specifically to the question about when we would. So at the end of these meetings, we typically just adjourn. My functional understanding of how this is meant to go if an article is postponed is that we then consider all of the other articles, and then instead of just adjourning the meeting, we adjourn to specific time and place. So we will be, much as it's your decision about when to set the date and time of next year's town meeting, it would in that case be your decision about when to return to this meeting, a continuation of this meeting. If we were to do that, the article would be considered as warned when we reconvene this meeting. That is to say, the article would still have the text as it was listed in the warning. That is my understanding of how this specific process works. Devin, would you like to?
As for the other pieces of your question, I think we don't know. And we as a group would need to decide on the timeline. And we would be operating without a budget. I don't know what that looks like. I would say I appreciate Kaylee's comments, and in the short time I've been on the select board, I think there's been a mistake with this budget every single year. And we've been working through trying to figure out a better format and a better way of communicating the numbers. I am hopeful that with a new treasurer, this will go more smoothly, and we apologize. We do also have an opportunity, if we do not postpone, to have the conversation with this group to correct errors that y'all are seeing so that you can understand the numbers. And we can also talk about reductions. We can talk about where we want to pull some money back. We as the board have some things in mind if that's something we want to look at. I also want to remind us that the town voted for the rebuild of this town garage. And almost $400,000 of the $600,000 increase is the payment on that bond. So the increase in taxation over last year's budget is essentially $200,000. We can talk about removing that $200,000 and moving some things around, but we can't do that if we postpone. The next question I would ask is, if we postpone, are you all going to come back and do this again? Yeah. Those are my thoughts.
One moment,
please. Hello, everyone. My name is George Schenk, and I am not in favor of postponing this vote. I trust the board. You guys are volunteers, and for the last 45 years of living here, I have seen democracy in action with integrity and kindness and enormous thoughtfulness, and I think that that's alive and present today.
So I did hear a motion from Randy to call the question. If there is, does anyone have any comments on that? Um,
I'd like to propose an amendment
We are, so
to,
at the moment,
to the
we-
question before us at this point, and that is to make the postponement
I'm just going to stop you
for
right
3
now.
weeks from
Hi,
today.
please, sir, I'm going to stop you right now. So we're currently considering the question of whether or not to suspend consideration.
I thought
to postpone.
I thought we were talking about postponing.
Yeah, I'm sorry, I misspoke.
And so that's
to
what I am
postponement.
asking to amend the question.
We are not
to
considering the
provide
question
3
at the
weeks.
moment, sir. We're asking whether or not to, we're considering whether or not to postpone consideration of the question. And I heard a motion and a second to call a vote on whether or not to postpone. We can move now to that vote to complete my comment about what you were saying, if we decide not to postpone, we can then move to discussion of the motion, or return to discussion of Article 1, that is to say. So, but it was already called. Randy called the question. Yes, thank you. Yeah, so right now, we are immediately going to move to a vote on whether or not to suspend discussion and postpone, and vote on whether or not to postpone. Does that make sense? So this next vote, it is not on postponement, it is specifically on whether to suspend discussion and then vote immediately after on whether or not to postpone. This requires a 2/3 majority. In cases where we need 2/3 majority, we do not do vote by voice, we divide the House. What that means is I'm going to ask those of you who want to suspend discussion, to suspend discussion to raise your cards, and then we'll count them. And not yet, I haven't quite asked yet, but I appreciate your zeal for participation. After that, I'll ask those of you who do not want to postpone discussion, to continue discussion of Article 1, to raise your cards. All right. Okay. I understand that. I see, so, all right, let me clarify. The reason that I'm asking for a vote on whether to move the question is that I do see people who still want to comment on postponement. So because of that, we can't just we can't just move, we have to have a vote on whether to suspend discussion of whether or not to postpone. I know it's a sort of a very particular rule, but that is how we are meant to run this meeting according to Robert's rules and the Vermont statutes. So those of you in favor of those of you in favor of concluding discussion and moving to a vote on the motion to postpone, please raise your cards, and we're going to have members of the VCA count you. Brent actively counting.
You don't have a card.
All right. Okay. I'm going to allow the VCA to get a count here. Yes. I appreciate your comment. Thank you all so much for your patience, seriously. I sincerely appreciate it. All right, all those opposed to suspension of discussion and consideration of the motion to suspend, please raise your cards. Yes, I'm so sorry. Thank you. I've never done this before either, you guys, so I really appreciate your patience. If you are opposed to the motion to suspend discussion and postpone consideration of Article 11, please raise your cards. If you want to keep talking about this, raise your cards. I would say the ayes have it. All right, we're going to move immediately to a vote on postponement. But before I do, I want to double check that that doesn't require a two-thirds majority. Okay, that requires a majority, so we can do vote by voice. All right, so we're going to vote on whether or not to postpone consideration of Article 1. So to explain the implications of this vote, if you vote aye, yes? Yes, I haven't yet asked for votes, but you're correct. We are moving to the vote. If you vote aye, you are moving to postpone. If you vote no, you are moving not to postpone. So we're going to move to a vote. All those in favor of the motion, please say aye. Aye. All those opposed, please say no. My interpretation is that the noes have it, but if we're going to have to divide the body again. Do we? All right. Are you prepared to do a division? Okay. All right, everyone. So we're going to do a hand vote, specifically on the question of whether or not to postpone consideration. So aye means you're voting to postpone, and no means we are voting to continue discussion. So all those in favor of postponement, please raise your cards. Thank you. You may all lower. All those opposed to the motion to postpone, please raise your cards. No, no. Okay, so thank you all so much. We seem to have counted a vote of 59 to postpone and 68 not to postpone and to move back to discussion of the article. So the motion to postpone fails. We are going to move to discussion of the article again. So anyone who I cut off earlier because you were talking about the article and not about postponement, now is your time. Is there anyone who'd like to comment? Yes.
So the question is, if we vote on this budget and it is denied, if we turn it down.
Do you mind, I'm so sorry, do you mind introducing yourself?
Chris Bain, Warren, Vermont, lifetime. If we vote on this budget and it is turned down, what then happens? Does it get reconsidered within the board? Does the board then redo the numbers? Are we going to get the report that Hardy was referring to? I'm just curious, what's the process if it is turned down?
So and forgive me, I'm not really supposed to be speaking on this specific issue. So with everyone's consent, and again, this is a little bit above my pay grade. My understanding is that in that case, we would also adjourn to time and place, but with the implication that the select board would produce a new budget, and they could consider comments made during this discussion, and that they would rewarn the new budget essentially. Is my understanding of how that would work. I'm wondering. We can't hear you.
Is there a time frame for that to be done by statute or whatever? That's.
Would you like to, Devin, would you like to comment?
We don't know, Chris. We'll have to find out and let you know. But what I do know is that we can talk about the budget now and consider amendments to it if that's what the floor would like to see.
Yes. We're going to get you a microphone real quick. Can you just hold on until we can get you a microphone? It will be very quick, I promise.
So it's just a question, if Mr. Merrill is correct and that the town didn't meet the statutory requirements to present this budget, then I don't believe we can vote to approve it. I mean, it's just a question. Is it, if Ms. Merrill's correct in the fact that the town didn't follow the statute, we can't vote. That's the question.
Devin, I think, wants to speak again, if that's all right. I see a card over here. Up, yes?
So to Chris's earlier, So to Chris's earlier question around the time frame, if the voters disapprove the proposed budget at the annual town meeting, the select board shall proceed to warn a special town meeting to be held within 60 days of that annual meeting for the purposes of considering a budget.
Yes, I see a hand right back there. Can we get a microphone over there?
Valerie Bigelow, Warren. I just want clarification that if we postpone for those 60 days, is the town operating with last year's budget like the school budget usually does? Or does the town not operate?
If we have, is there anyone, I heard a comment over here. Is there someone who'd like to? be recognized and provide a response to that? Yes? We're going to get you a microphone.
The fiscal year ended January 1st.
Is there anyone else who'd like to speak? I do see a couple of hands over here, yes?
I guess since I started this, I have to continue, and I'm sorry about that. First of all, I agree with George. I don't distrust the select board, and to Randy, I respect everything you're doing. My original question was really a clarification. I'm not sure I still understand it. And what I was really asking is there a surplus? And if there was a surplus, where is it? And if there is that surplus, can we use it to actually buy down some of the municipal increase or to reapply it to pay down the debt that we're taking on for the town garage? That was the fundamental question.
Yeah. So there is a surplus from the operating budget that goes into the general fund. And every year when we get to the setting of the tax rate, we use some portion of that surplus to buy down the rate. And we apply it to next year's budget so that the tax rate that you see is an adjustment of what we actually need to raise. So for example, if you look back historically at the tax rate for last year, this past fiscal year, was lower than the year before. The budget, however, was larger. We were able to accomplish that by using that surplus to buy down the rate. So when we do not spend the entire budget, we use those funds to make sure that we do not overtax you. There was a second part of your question when we... The capital budget. Yeah, so the capital budget is a little bit funny, and this is, again, a lot of this is formatting, and it's challenging for us as well. When you see the 2025 actual on this sheet, those numbers represent what is spent out of each one of those line items, and therefore, at the bottom, the 1.24 is the expenses paid out of the capital budget, not the amount of money that was actually put into the capital budget. So the reason for that is the continuation of building up the reserve funds in order to be able to pay for very large expenses, like the fire trucks, the dump trucks, the grader, and we have equipment schedules that are all available for you to see. So that's why we carry this budget, because in one year we may spend, like you can see, 1.2 million, and in another year we might spend 2.5. Furthermore, that balance is sitting in a high yield savings account, which is also making us money, which we then are able to use to cover expenses. Does that help answer those questions, Wynn?
It does.
Okay.
I guess it's a question of how big does that reserve need to be?
And that's a valid question, and it's one that we have on the board as well, and something that if we want to talk about trimming this budget, we have a couple of ideas of how we can do that. For example, we could remove $195,000 from the capital budget as proposed and spend down those accounts further and run it more lean. That's valuable information to have, and if we have an appetite for that, someone can move to do so. And if you want more details on what those line items are that we have already earmarked, I'm happy to share them.
Sorry to interject, everyone. The polls for all of our Australian ballot questions are the elected officers are about to close. So before we move on, if you haven't yet voted, please go on and do that. I see a hand right over here. Can I get can we get a microphone over here, please?
Hi, I'm Steve Eisner, West Hill Road. Delighted that the group is focusing, and I also appreciate the comments about civility and making sure we engage with each other nicely. Here's what I think is happening here is this body of voters is unclear about the surplus. We don't know. It looks to us, the way it's presented, as if it's over $1 million, which affects the budget we're trying to vote on. If we postpone, and maybe it's a question of how you present the numbers, if you could make it clear, I'm one of the group that really doesn't understand what the surplus is and where it has gone, because the board here has not presented that clearly. And that's what I think your body here is asking for. And if 2 months could get us the proper answers, I think you're going to have a very cooperative group. That's what I have to say.
Thank you. I think we have a response here. I promise we will get to all of you guys.
So I just want to, because I'm hearing the confusion with the line items as they exist on the budget, and I just want to remind us, if we look at the 2025 actual, the capital budget line item is at 1.240470. That should be added to 3,294,786 to represent the total town expenditures for 2025. That brings us to 4,535,256, leaving us with a surplus of about $300,000, which is going into the general fund, the balance of which I don't know right now, but it has been down because we use it to pay down the tax rate. So that extra $300,000, that's what we are under budget from last year that will go into the general fund and be applied to the revenue streams for next year. Does that help? Okay, does anyone have a clarifying question on that statement? Or would you like me to say it again? No, good.
Anyone else who'd like to speak? I do want to, I know I see you guys raising your hands, and I'm totally going to come back to you, but I just want to make sure that everyone who's already spoken, you can speak again, but I want to make sure that everyone who hasn't yet spoken and might like to speak gets a chance to speak first, and then we can circle back to you. So I do see your hands. Is there anyone else who hasn't yet spoken who'd like to speak on this article? All right, go right ahead. Can we get you already have a microphone.
Hardy Merrill again, and I also wanted to thank the Select Board for their volunteer service, as well as the staff who work so diligently for the town. And my frustration that I was expressing earlier is not with individuals and people trying to do a good job. It's with my inability to obtain the information that I was looking for to understand this. And then my learning that, in fact, this is supposed to be delivered to us and communicated to us prior to the town meeting, and I couldn't tell that it has been. Incidentally, I saw after going down this rabbit hole, it seems the town of Vershire today did not hold their town meeting as scheduled. It's been postponed until April 11th for exactly the statutory citation, Title 24, 1682, that I mentioned earlier, and their failure to provide an audit report. And they determined they simply had to move the meeting. I wanted to try to, just based on my brief reading of statute earlier, address the questions from Jean Bufano and Chris Bain, which is when, if you read the statute, okay, the audit report has to be provided 10 days before the annual meeting vote by mail. If it's not delivered 10 days before by mail, then there needs to be some communication 30 days in advance about how it can be obtained. And I'm not sure whether either of those situations have occurred. I'm still not sure whether a 2025 audit report is available or not, and how it might be available. And this is the kind of information that could answer all the questions about available balances and let us make informed decisions. So.
I can.
We've never had an audit report available by town meeting. In my experience, Bob, have you ever seen an audit report before town meeting? A draft. We've never seen the final report. I think it usually arrives in August.
Can we? Thank you. So, sure, I want to recognize, yes, please. I'm so sorry. We will get to you in just one moment, but I'm recognizing the person behind you. Thank you.
At the risk of being absolutely booed and hissed right now, Marie Schmuckel, Fuller Hill Road, speaking for the Warren Arts Committee. If you look on page 26 at the special appropriations, you will see that our appropriation was cut in half. Last year we were granted $5,000. When that increase was approved by the select board at the time, we were under the impression it was going to be $5,000 again going forward, because that's generally how special appropriations happen. So we were surprised when we saw that it had gone back to $2,500, which is what it has been since Ginny Roth started the Warren Arts Commission decades ago. So whenever the budget is decided upon, we would like to have our appropriation restored to the $5,000. FYI, that Counterpoint VSO brass concert that so many of you love cost more than $5,000. So the $2,500 is really not going to cut it for us to do very much at all. So there you go.
Can I ask a clarifying question, please? Was that a motion to amend?
No. I move that we amend the budget to increase the Warren Arts Committee special appropriation to $5,000.
Okay, I'm hearing some seconds. So we're going to move to consideration of an amendment to a proposed amendment to the Warren Arts Committee appropriation to make it $5,000 from $2,500. Does anyone have any comments on that proposed amendment? Yes.
Just a point of clarification. So you are now opening discussion to amend anything on the proposed town budget?
So you
Because
as members of
rather
the
out of
town,
order.
you can propose amendments to specific
I'm
line
aware of
items.
that.
Yes, but so that's correct, and that's how we typically do things. But at the moment, we are specifically now discussing an amendment to the Arts Committee line item.
And that was an appropriate comment at that point?
It was, yes.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Is there any discussion of the proposed amendment? Yes. We're going to get you thank you, Gene. Yeah, I did hear a second, yes.
So I'm confused. We're still deciding on whether we're going to approve this budget because of statutory requirements. So how could we make any adjustments to it because we haven't decided that we're going to even go forward with this because we haven't met statutory requirements. And the simple fact that the village has never done this just shows that the village has been out of compliance with state statute. So I don't believe that's a valid, it can't be valid because we haven't accepted the budget as it is. Anyway, that's my thought.
Okay, Andy.
Gene, I believe that the vote we took earlier to not suspend this article is the floor saying we're going to vote on this article. And if there is a legal issue, I don't think anyone in this room can really tell us where it is.
Is there any other discussion of the motion to amend Article 1? Yes? We're going to get you.
I've talked here for years without a microphone. Okay, I move that we
amend the repairs and maintenance line item.
Oh, Bob, so sorry. So right now we're discussing specifically a proposed amendment to alter the
I'm sorry.
arts line
Yep,
item from
you're right.
2,500 to 5,000. So we can just specifically discuss that line item, or that line item amendment proposed. Is there any discussion of that proposed amendment? Okay, it seems like we're all sort of naturally moving towards calling the vote. So we're going to move to a vote on a proposed amendment to alter the Warren Arts Committee appropriation from 2,500 to 5,000. Those of you in favor of this amendment, please say aye. Those of you opposed, please say no. The amendment is adopted. I'm going to reread the article in just a moment. So after that, with that amendment having been adopted, Article 1, as we're currently considering it, now reads, shall the town vote a budget of $5,413,553 to meet the expenses and liabilities of the town, including the capital expenditures, and to authorize the select board to set a tax rate sufficient to provide the same. I'm just reading that to provide to you guys the implications of the amendment that you just adopted to the top line item, and we can now return to consideration of the article itself. I know that there were some people who indicated that they may want to propose other amendments, so this is your time to do it if you want to do it. Hi. We're going to get you a microphone really quickly. Bear with us. Thank you.
The question that I wanted to ask is about the town garage and the reserve fund, which has a huge surplus, which is not really a surplus, but it's money which has been accumulated over many years. We've been talking about a town garage for at least 10 years. Did we ever have a reserve fund for the town garage? And if we didn't, why not?
Is there anyone who'd like to respond? I think Harvey's going to respond.
I don't believe we do. These are the capital budget categories we've inherited, and I don't believe there's one specific to a town garage.
We didn't know where we were going to build it. We didn't know what it was going to do. We did not establish any reserve. And I would agree with you, Carl. Shame on me. Shame on the historical members that did not start putting some money away. But there were a lot of obstacles that we had to solve before we got to where we are today.
Thank you.
Now, can I go ahead and jump in? Because I have an amendment.
Oh, sure.
I would like to amend the budget, and specifically under building and maintenance and the line item for repairs and maintenance. There's $100,000 in that. I would propose that we reduce that to $50,000 and discontinue the contract concept of hiring somebody to be a property manager for the town and utilize our current staff for that position and pay them accordingly.
So the specific, you said there were two parts to what you just said. Yes, there was an amendment from 100,000 to 50,000, yes?
Yep. You got to get the job done. So what I'm proposing is to get the complete job done.
So the recommendation about how to accomplish it is a little bit not germane.
No, I'm being specific.
Yes.
Okay?
But it's
and I want to be specific.
Yes.
If
we have
okay, I'll figure that out somehow.
If we have specific recommendations beyond appropriations, we can discuss those recommendations during discussion of Article 11. Okay, so I heard a motion to consider an amendment to alter the repairs and maintenance line item from 100,000 to 50,000. It's on page 23. Is there anyone out there who'd like to speak on this? Yes, but they can second. Yes, we do need a second to consider this. All right, we're going to move to consideration of the proposed amendment. Is there any discussion on the amendment that was proposed? Changing the repairs and maintenance line item from 100,000 to 50,000. Yes. We're gonna get a microphone out to you.
Dave Campanella.
Okay, everyone, please stay civil. Thank you.
You can hear me?
Hi, can we, I'd like to only recognize one speaker at a time, please. I appreciate all of your zeal. Please continue.
David Campanelli, West Hill Road. I just want to know, this is the item, this is a question. Page 23, under building maintenance, repairs and maintenance, budgeted at 100,000. The question is, reduce it to 50?
Yes.
Thank you.
Yes, I see a hand over here.
Lori Klein. It's a big increase on that line item, and I'm wondering, obviously you think it's necessary. Are things just not getting done that need to be done? And if so, can you elaborate a little bit?
Would anyone like to comment on that?
I guess I'm in the hot seat tonight. Yes, so there are a lot of things that aren't being done. Since Barry left and since Cindy's retirement, there hasn't been someone at the town, employed in the town, that has the mindset, the desire, or the wherewithal to take a hard look at our buildings and build schedules for roof replacements, painting, sill repairs, the basement of the municipal building floods, I don't know, 30% of the summer. The East Warren Community Market building that's managed by Roots Work may need significant repairs beyond their maintenance contract. There's a roof on the gazebo that needs redoing. The town hall steps need repair or replacement. We're not entirely sure. I think I could probably go on, but I don't think that that's necessary. So our intention with this was to put $50,000 toward a contract for someone to help us build that capital improvement plan, while also addressing some of these smaller projects. And I think that a number of the previous board members know that we've been having this conversation for at least the 5 years I've been around on how to do it. And we keep putting the conversation off and having disagreements, as alluded to here by Bob. That means it just doesn't get done. And we wanted to make significant improvements and just see the buildings cared for, because we think it is fiscally irresponsible for us to allow them to decay.
Thank you. If it's all right with everyone, I'm going to call on Harvey next, yes? Okay. Well, just please, I will return to you very shortly. Thank you.
If I could, just building on Carl's comments, one of the ways that we would like to get comfortable with the amount of capital that we're reserving, that we're holding, is by having detailed capital plans for all of our buildings. And so one of the things that we would like this money to be used for is building those plans out. We didn't have a reserve for the town garage. We didn't have capital plans around that. The idea here is to have capital plans so that we'll know that we're reserving the right amount of money. We do have plans in place for highway trucks and for fire trucks, but not for the buildings. So 50,000 of that 100,000 is to build out those plans so that we know we have the right amount reserved. Or again, as Devin said, I think it's been talked about for some time, but it didn't get done.
It was in the budget in 2020 for a DPW, and of course, COVID hit, and we had to remove that line item, and we never picked it up again.
We are devolving slightly into a back and forth here. I see someone who I don't believe has spoken before yet, just in the back there.
Hi, just to clarify, and this is a format issue. So I believe the motion is to amend the operating budget on page 23. I would point out that on page 27, there appears to also be a proposal to put $200,000 into town improvements in the capital budget, which I think would add to the $110,597 that's in the account balance, leaving us with a balance of $310,597 in the capital budget. So I just want to confirm that that's how it's working, so that people understand that we're both putting money in the capital, and this is operating is more for labor. Is that true?
Would any of you like to respond to that?
The money that we reserved in the capital fund is intended to pay for the sidewalk repair and replacement, specifically, while we see the smaller repairs of the buildings as an operating expense as opposed to a capital improvement. Yeah, so it is partially labor, Jeff, yes, but also, you know, painting or windowsill replacements.
Are you able to lift the microphone to your face slightly?
Yeah,
We can't
so
hear you.
I was on the wrong line then. So town building renovations, the proposed capital addition to the fund is 60,000 this year. That would bring the 212 up to 272. So we would have a capital fund of 272
right.
for building renovations.
As the reserve, yes.
As the reserve.
As a reserve.
Right.
For, I mean, I don't know, we haven't really talked about what those would need to be, but I think the capital plan that we're hoping to build would advise on how we need to use those funds. And you can see that that $60,000 is what we allocate annually to that fund. I also want to just point out, as far as the operating expense under the buildings and maintenance, we have been putting $35,000 into that each year, and we do use it for minor repairs. So the addition there is really $65,000, and I think we would like to probably just stay with the conversation about amending that line item. I think Josie's going to tell me that.
That is what I was going to tell you, yes. Thank you for anticipating. Is there any discussion from anyone who has not yet commented on the, I see someone in the back, yes, I'd like to recognize. We're going to get you a microphone. We're getting you a microphone. Oh, we are currently discussing a motion to amend the repairs and maintenance line item from 100,000 to 50,000. That is on page 27. 23, I'm sorry, thank you.
All right, well, then, I don't think I introduced myself before. My name is Lisa Miserandino, and I live in Warren. So, so considering all these things about what Bob brought up, then there's also $100,000 in repairs and maintenance, and I'm wondering how that affects the proposal to reduce the $100,000 for the contract. And if we, in fact, have $100,000 budgeted for repairs and maintenance, that would support Bob's suggestion. And then I'm wondering, if I can ask it at this point, what criteria did you use to raise that budget from 35 to 100,000? And there may be good criteria, I'm just wondering.
So one thing I do want to clarify, the amendment that we are currently considering, the proposed amendment that we're currently considering is to that line item. It is to the $100,000 repairs and maintenance line item, and the amendment that's proposed is to reduce it to 50,000, just to clarify.
Right, thank you.
There was a question in there. Kaylee, do you want to? Either way.
Hi, Jeff, I think you were correct. So the capital budget, the 212,000 that you were referring to on page 27, that is for repairs, so windows and roofs and heaters and whatever. That's what the town has accumulated for future capital improvements to all the different buildings in the town. And so the question is that the right amount of money? Right now, there's nothing supporting that. There's nothing that says, well, in 3 years, we're gonna need a new roof on Town Hall or whatever. And so what we're suggesting is all of these buildings are old. All of them should have a plan in place that said, we think there's 10 years left in that roof. We should start socking away some money so that in 10 years, we have enough to pay for the new roof or whatever that repair is. It may need a new furnace in 5 years. So this line should be supported by a plan that says for all the 11 buildings and properties that the town has, these are the things that we think will need to be done over the next 5, 10, 15, 20 years so that we can start socking away that money, similar to what we do with the fire trucks and the highway trucks. And so the operating budget is the payment to a property management group to start putting that together, to inspect these buildings, to look at all of the elements in the building. Are they up to code? What's the fire suppression look like? What does the heating system look like? What's all of the different elements of building? I'm not a building person, but we need somebody to do that. The highway department's already working overtime, significant overtime, so I'm not sure they're the ones to do it. What we want is somebody that is an expert at evaluating buildings, which is what we're looking for in the property management RFP. So we put out an RFP to see who's available to do this work. And that is the basis for the budget that's in here, to answer your question. So the budget that's in here is based on an RFP that went out to 12 different property management firms.
Do we have any other? Okay, sure, Bob. We're gonna get you a microphone.
And I'll shut up after this, but I'm going to lay into you guys, okay? So I applaud you for what you want to do. It needs to be done. I will tell you that Barry did it. And in his files, it's all there. If you need a capital plan, he's laid it out. He's even told you how to do it, okay? So have your administrator go through the file and pull it out. Number one, you've given her a hell of a raise. Make sure she does her job. I'm sorry to bring that up, but you are accountable for that, okay? What I'm proposing is we reduce this line item to have a money for a contract or for repairs. I can understand it needing to go up by $15,000, but I have an alternative solution as to how this can work. And your comment about the highway department is overworked. Yes, they are overworked. I'm proposing you have a sixth person. There's a very clear way to do this and take an existing employee who knows all the things that you've talked about, a licensed plumber, a heating specialist. He knows enough carpentry to say, okay, I need to call an expert. The people that you put the RFP out and who have responded to you are not competent enough to do the job that you're talking about, from what I hear on the street. Okay? So this, I'm afraid, is going to turn into a cluster that you're going to have to, in a year or 2 years, answer back to this body that, hey, this didn't work. I feel very strongly that it won't work, and that I can propose an alternative that I would bet would work very well and provide actually a career path for some people in the road department or within the town that could be used for the future, which is something, we all need to think about. How do we get people to come work for the town and have a future here? So that's my spiel. The hell with it. That's it.
Thank you. I do want to remind everyone before we consider, I may have neglected to mention this earlier, but the way that we typically conduct these meetings is as much as possible, we do like in Warren to get into sort of a back and forth discussion, and that's fine. But in general, if you are able to sort of direct your comments to me, that helps to sort of maintain the civility and productivity of the meeting. Again, we have a sort of a tradition of informality here, but I just want to draw everyone's attention to that. I do see a hand up over here. We're going to get you a microphone.
Hi again. Bob Auckland and I, Auckland, have not got along in certain cases, but I have to agree with him. I actually wrote the proposal for the town when we started the DPW and when we hired Barry. So he's absolutely right about what he's saying. It shouldn't cost more than $50,000 to hire a professional engineer or a company who does that, like Wolf or somebody, to come up and do an estimate and come up with a proposal. $100,000 is just not acceptable. And as I heard, there is $250,000 in the budget for maintenance and repair. So we have the capital to do the work. So I agree to hire someone to do an assessment of all our property and come up with a plan. But again, if Bob is right and we have that, then I agree with Bob. That doesn't happen often, Bob.
I see that some of you guys want to comment, or should we just continue with discussion? Okay, I'm going to recognize Camilla. Are you about to?
So I think there's a bit of confusion about that line item for one thing. The $100,000 was covering $50,000 for the expert, and we can agree or disagree on whether that's the right approach to take, but somebody to do the work to create the capital plan. Bob, nobody here has seen Barry's files, has seen any of that work. If it exists, great, we'll go back and look for it. That probably would have been done 15 years ago. So it's a little hard to imagine that it would cover where we stand in time right now with our buildings. It would have to be updated at the very least. So 50,000 of that is for the overview of what needs to be done to create the plan, right? The other 50,000 that was allocated in that line item in the operating budget is for the work to be done itself, the labor piece of it, right? So, sorry. So that's $50,000 of small work, piecework, small things. The capital budget line item is for a major repair, renovation, building that would need to be done. So again, this is the difference between a capital and an operating budget. We have the capital budgets so that we are planning ahead for major projects, and not what some other towns have done is to wait until they needed the thing, and which is what happened with the town garage, and then call out a bond for millions of dollars at that moment and say, cough it up. We're trying to build that up ahead of time.
I see a hand in the back right. I hear a motion and a second to end discussion on this amendment. If it's acceptable to, if there is no objection, we can suspend the rules and do a voice vote first. And then if anyone objects, we can move directly to a 2/3 division of the House. But if I know that there was some distress about some disagreement with the 2/3 immediate division of the House on the previous motion to end discussion. So if there's no objection, we can just move to a voice vote initially. Okay. Correct. We're voting on whether or not to end the discussion. All right. Yes, we're going. No. So we are voting on whether or not to end discussion of the amendment. If this question passes, we will move immediately to a vote on the amendment. Does that clarify? Okay. All those in favor of ending discussion on the amendment, please say aye. All those opposed, please say no. All right, the motion to end discussion is carried. We're going to move to vote on the amendment. The proposed amendment is to alter the repairs and maintenance line item from $100,000 to $50,000. All those in favor of this amendment, please say aye. All those opposed, say no. I think we may ask for a division of the House on this one. Are we prepared for? Are you guys prepared to account? Thank you guys so much. Okay, so I'm going to ask you to vote by raising your cards, and again, we're voting on the amendment to change the repairs and maintenance line item from $100,000 to $50,000. All those in favor of this amendment, please raise your cards and hold them while we count, please. We are voting on the proposed amendment to alter the repairs and maintenance line item on page 23 from $100,000 to $50,000. Yes. Thank you all. You may lower your cards. I so appreciate your patience. Thank you guys so much. All those opposed to the amendment, please raise your cards. Thank you all so much for your patience. Cards up. I'm so sorry. Cards up, please. Can you repeat that, please? Okay, thank you all so much. We counted a vote of 52 yes and 53 no. So it seems that the amendment has failed. I'm going to ask you if you want to request a paper ballot, and I want to repeat that we need 7 members of the assembly to request a paper ballot. If you want to request a paper ballot, I'm going to ask that you please stand if you're able. And if you can't, if you want to but you can't stand, please make yourself known. Otherwise, shout or something. So stand and raise your card, please, if you want to request a paper ballot on this question. Those of you who are standing in the back, oh no. This does complicate things, doesn't it? Yeah, raise cards, please. I see. I see 4. Is that? I see 4. So that is not sufficient to request a paper ballot. So with that, I think the amendment fails. So we're going to go back to considering the article as previously amended with a top line item of $5,413,553. Is there any discussion on that article? Yes. I appreciate it. Thank you.
It's just me, right? I'm not going to run.
Okay. Dave Campanelli again. Part of the issue I see is the line items in the budget are highly unspecific. When we talk about this, it's really a contract. And it's not maintenance, and it's not repairs. It's an evaluation. So we're struggling with this concept when we don't even know what it is, and people are throwing out, well, it's capital equipment, it's this. First of all, don't confuse capital equipment improvements with maintenance. They are not the same. They shouldn't even be used in the same discussion. And this is part of my struggling with this budget for years, as Bob probably remembers. And I can't reiterate enough that it's not identified properly. It's an evaluation contract. And if it's half for evaluation and half for actual work, you've got to explain that. And I'm talking about general comment for the whole budget line items. We don't even know what we're voting on sometimes.
Thank you. Yes, a point of order.
You get a sense of what this meeting actually believes. So I want to call a vote on question number 1.
Okay.
The budget. Because everybody's going home and we need a sense of what the meeting really wants.
Okay, I've heard a motion to call the vote. I've heard a motion to, a second on that motion. If there's no objection, I'm going to continue with the suspension of the rules regarding the 2/3 majority being required to call a vote on a motion. So, okay. If you are in favor of closing discussion and moving immediately to a vote on Article 1, please say aye. Aye. If you are opposed, say no. No. The ayes have it. We're going to vote on Article 1. Article 1, shall the town vote a budget of $5,413,553 to meet the expenses and liabilities of the town, including the capital expenditures, and to authorize the select board to set a tax rate sufficient to provide the same. All those in favor, please say aye. Aye. All those opposed, say no. No. It seems to me that the ayes have it. Is there any objection to that? Yes. Okay, we're going to do a vote by hand. Thank you all. Thank you all for your help with this. Thank you all for your patience. Okay, so we are still voting on Article 1. We're going to do a vote by hand. All those in favor of... Are you guys... I hear some... Can we have some calm so we can proceed with the vote, please? Thank you. All those in favor, please raise your cards and hold them as we count. Thank you.
All those in favor?
Correct. Okay, to clarify again, we are voting at this moment on Article 1. All those in favor, please raise your cards and... Okay, thank you guys. You may lower your cards. All those opposed to Article 1, please raise your cards and hold them up. Thank you all so much. One moment, please. Okay, that showed a result of 92 in favor and 21 against. The article is carried. Thank you all for your patience. Do you have a point of order, did you say? We're going to get you a microphone. If you have a question about a specific article, we can, and if you have a general question, we can do it in Article 11.
The question is, what is the fiscal year that we just voted for? That is, does it end in January 1st of 27, or does it end January 1st of 26?
So typically we don't accept discussion of articles that have been passed or failed, but in this case, if you have a specific and brief answer, if there's no objection, I'll allow a response to that question.
The fiscal year we just voted on is for 2026, January 1st, 2026 through December 31st, 2026.
Thank you. All right, with that, we're going to move on to Article 2. Article 2, shall the town vote to allocate $30,000 to the Conservation Reserve Fund for the year 2026 to be used for land conservation projects as stated in the Town of Warren Conservation Commission and Reserve Fund Charter dated 24 April 2007. Is there a motion? Is there a second? All right, we're going to move to discussion of Article 2. Is there anyone who would like to comment on Article 2? Yes. We're going to bring you Thank you.
I also have another person.
Liz Braddock Warren. I just want an explanation. Hito, I'm sure you can tell us, where is that 30K going every year?
Is there someone from the Conservation Commission who'd like to respond? Hito.
The money that you're voting for goes to the reserve fund, the Conservation Reserve Fund, which is a fund of money that's currently at $243,000. That money is kept to allow the town to either buy easements or support the conservation of land within the town of Warren that comes up for sale. Over the past 10 years, we have conserved something like 1,100 acres. This fund supported the acquisition of Blueberry Lake. This fund helped put 500 acres on the Lincoln Gap into the U.S. Forest Service. This fund helped set aside the Kingsbury Farm. This last year, the fund supported the acquisition of 57 acres on the top of the Roxbury Gap. Currently under negotiations or with a signed contract is another 80 acres on the Northfield Range. So money from this fund goes to those purposes. They typically are leveraged about 5 to 1 with either federal or state or private monies. So this money, this kitty of money is very helpful for us to do that. And we are very careful about that. The Conservation Fund does the evaluation. In some cases, we pay for the biological assessment of the land prior to recommending it. If we recommend it to the select board, then they have the choice of spending the money for the purposes or not. So this is simply building up this kitty to allow us to make these acquisitions or, in certain cases, support the conservation of those. So this, now you just voted $20,000 in the normal budget, and you see that in the capital budget on page 27. And the select board every year has suggested they would want to support 20,000 for sure, but they want the town to vote on any additional monies. And we've requested 30,000 additional to support this acquisition fund. We, for example, last year we spent 57,000 for the property, for the 57,000, for the 57 acres at the top of Roxbury Gap. And I'm happy to ask any other questions, but that's where the money goes, and that's the only purpose the money has. Yeah, it's sitting in a reserve fund. It's earning interest managed by the town.
I think Camilla would like to recognize you.
I wanted to touch on that. This capital budget that we've been talking about this whole time that's caused a lot of confusion, I think this is actually the first year that we're seeing it. I think we got called out last year for not having it included so that you could see what was in all of these funds. So as Hito said, one of those line items in that capital budget that we've all been discussing is Conservation Commission, money that we vote to set aside every year. We put some money in, the board puts forward to put some money in, and then the floor vote adds more money to it, yay or nay. So that is included in that fund balance that you're seeing, that we've been discussing.
Any further comments? Yes?
So Blueberry Lake, doesn't the Forest Service own that now? So we bought it and gave it to the Forest Service? Okay, and then Kingsbury Farm, that's a private business now?
That is owned by the Vermont Land Trust.
And it's rent-free? I mean, who get it?
The Vermont Land Trust owns the land.
So we bought it and gave it to them?
I think Vermont Land Trust owns the conservation easement. It is privately owned. I'm sorry, Kate Warner, I'm on the Conservation Commission. Kingsbury Farm is owned privately, but the Vermont Land Trust holds a conservation easement which keeps it forever farming and keeps it from being developed. And then 6 years ago, the fund was used for the Lincoln Peak acquisition by Green Mountain National Forest. A very small amount from the Town Conservation Fund were matched by a significant amount of federal funds. And the property up on the ridgeline was donated by about 80% by the landowner, with some cost being paid by the Town Conservation Fund. The parcel that we are looking at right now that's under contract, the state is putting money in, federal money, and we are proposing about 26% of the total cost to come from the town.
Thank you. Is there any further discussion? I see a hand in the back corner, yes? I see a hand over here. Yes, thank you.
The private Kingsbury Farm still pays taxes. The land owned by the state has a payment in lieu of taxes that any new property that goes into the state, it changed about 10 years ago. The state payment in lieu of taxes is equal to what a private landowner had been paying. And with Green Mountain National Forest, there's also a payment in lieu of taxes, which kind of changes every year, but is relatively equal to what it was when it was privately owned.
That's fine, yes.
Currently, the payment of taxes from Green Mountain National Forest goes to the PTO. No. Okay, then they should answer.
Any other questions, comments?
So your question is, should it go? I think that's up for discussion. I think Kate's answer was that it goes to the PTO. This year, the board changed how we allocate that money.
I do want to just sort of pause and interject. We are specifically discussing Article 2 right now, which is the question of whether or not to allocate $30,000 to the Conservation Reserve Fund for the year 2026 to be used for land conservation projects as stated in the Town of Warren Conservation Commission and Reserve Fund Charter. So I would like to keep discussion germane to that article if possible.
I think he's
okay.
Right.
Why doesn't the Forest Service money go to the conservation fund?
I think that's something that could be discussed. George?
Makes a lot of sense, is because there was a financial advantage to having the money go into the school system in terms of what the state was allowing us to pay for and kind of working through that budget. And it was determined some years ago at a meeting like this that it was to the town's economic advantage to direct the Forest Service payment into the school program rather than directly into conservation, and that there was a net gain to the town by doing it that way. Fair question.
I didn't hear that motion. Can that be repeated, please?
That was me. I was calling the question.
Thank you. Is there a second? Okay. If there's no... So we're going to vote briefly on whether to conclude discussion and vote on Article 2. All those in favor of concluding discussion and voting on Article 2, please say aye. Aye. All those opposed, say no. No. Thank you. All right, so we are now going to move to Article 2, to a vote on Article 2. Article 2, shall the town vote to allocate $30,000 to the Conservation Reserve Fund for the year 2026 to be used for land conservation projects as stated in the Town of Warren Conservation Commission and Reserve Fund Charter dated 24 April 2007. All those in favor, please say aye. Aye. All those opposed, say no. The ayes appear to have it. The ayes do have it, and the motion is carried. We're going to move to Article 3. Article 3, shall the Town of Warren vote to raise and expend the sum of $15,150 for the support of a project manager and implementation personnel for Vermont Route 100 active transportation corridor being pursued by the Mad River Path Association? Can I have a motion to consider? Okay. Anyone who'd like to comment? I see Misha in the back, yes. Oh, with a presentation. Is that acceptable to everyone? All right.
Hi, Warren. It's been a long evening for you. I'll try to be short. Thank you for having me. I'm Misha Golfman, Executive Director of the Mad River Path. I will just make a few comments to explain what we are asking for. The Town of Warren, in its town plan, has Mad River Path as a town plan priority. So we are implementing Town of Warren plan to connect Warren and Waitsfield via contiguous path. We're 6 miles apart between Warren and Waitsfield, and we only have left under 3 miles to complete. We had undergone an extensive scoping study. During scoping study, we had 3 opportunities for public engagement. There were over 300 people voting, with 87% of the voters saying that they would like to have contiguous non-vehicular path connecting the villages. So what I'd like to propose that in this meeting, we don't discuss the path, because we had a whole year of study and numerous opportunities to discuss and weigh in on this. Since completion of the scoping study, which was endorsed by Agency of Transportation, we formed a 5-town implementation committee with representation from Warren, Waitsfield, Fayston, Moortown, and Middlesex. The first thing the implementation committee did, they looked at the project and they said, there's not a chance we're going to ever get it done with you as a one full-time person at a Meadow Path doing already so many things. And if we're serious about this one thing, we did the study. We know it can be done. If we want to implement it, we need someone who focuses 100% of their attention to this implementation. So we proposed this private-public partnership between Town of Warren, Town of Waitsfield, and the Meadow Path. So each of us contributes $15,000, and we get a 20 hours a week professional implementation coordinator who will put 100% of their time in pushing through federal, state bureaucracy, writing grants, directing implementation efforts, so we can actually get this done. So the scoping report that I have in my hand is not going to collect dust like many scoping reports do. There are incredible economic benefits to what we propose. So we're asking you to allocate $15,000. And if you just allow me to put my glasses on, I'll read you the current statistics that we do have. So this is from the toolkit that's called Vermont Community Outdoor Recreation Economy Toolkit for Washington County. So we take 3 trails that we have that we're going to connect pretty much with this by connecting Warren and Waitsfield, Blueberry Lake, Heart of the Valley Path in Waitsfield, and the Revolution Evolution Trailhead at LaRoe Farm. Currently, these 3 assets combined generate 98,000 annual visits, $3.4 million in sales, and $1,614,000 in tax revenue. Just imagine what will happen when we will connect all of them together with a contiguous path. I would be happy to answer any questions pertaining to this idea of creating this public-private partnership and creating implementation position. Thank you.
Thank you. Yes? That's fine. That's fine. Yeah. But can we get a microphone? Thank you.
Hi there. I'm on said implementation committee with Misha. Sorry, it's past my bedtime. Shannon Konvicka, and I want to speak in support of the path. The path has been a dream in this valley for over 30 years. For those of you who don't know that, this is a long road to get to this point. And it's happening. We're building the Kingsbury Greenway this summer, no matter what. And the scoping study's done, which is what he's saying, and 5 towns are aligned. Waitsfield already voted yes this morning to support this $15,000 towards yes. And we want to build on that momentum. The coordinator is how we do it. This person will write grant applications, coordinate with VTrans, bring in volunteer labor, corporate contributions, and turn a little over $15,000 from Warren into millions of dollars in infrastructure throughout Mad River Valley, funded mostly by money from outside of our valley. This position will catalyze resources we can't access without it. My family uses our blue, it's a very giant blue cargo bike. I'm not sure if you've noticed us. I have a little boy in the back and a little orange carrier. And we use our e-cargo bike instead of our car as much as we can in the summer, but not on Route 100 because it's not safe. I live up on Blueberry Lake, and that means we're basically limited to Blueberry Lake, Warren Elementary, the town, and East Warren Market. which is fine for cookies, but not for distance. And as our son grows, we hope to be able to reach more of the valley safely on the corridor. And I know for sure we're not the only people who feel that way. Connectivity in rural communities is something that's out of reach for many people, and it's in reach right now. And if we support this and vote yes on this $15,000, then we are that much closer to it. So I really, please, I know we've been talking about money this entire night, but please vote yes on this. Back to Misha if he has anything else.
Any discussion? Okay, if there's no one else who, I do have a,
Are Skidoos going to be able to use this? Yes or no? No, no school, no Skidoo.
No, I'm not saying that. The Bridge Runners, our youth club, is part of the organization committee. We're working together with them. There may be sections of the path where it's appropriate to use scooters, and there may be other sections where it's not. And then let's just see, because it could be as much as we're going right along 100.
Misha, do you mind if we get you a microphone? I'm so sorry.
Okay. If we're going along 100 and you have salt spray and plowed snow, it's not really reasonable to groom those sections. If we are away from the road, we have contiguous away from the road sections, we could maintain them as a multi-use path and the snowmobiles could be allowed. It's too early to speak to it, and I'm afraid that people are tired to go in length. But I'll be happy to talk to you about this.
Is there any further discussion? All right, with that, it seems like we're ready to. I'm sorry. I'm so sorry. I didn't
Jeff
see.
Sholkoff again. I'd just like to speak briefly in favor of this. We're fortunate enough to be able to travel a little bit. We're bikers and hikers, and we tend to love to go to places where biking is safe, and there are ways to connect. I also have been involved for many, many years with the Long Trail. I've been taking care of the harder path that connects the towns for 30 years, off of Lincoln Gap, connecting all the way across the valley. And I just think that it's just a powerful driver of visitors and a wonderful recreational opportunity.
Thank you. Are there any other comments, questions? I see one over here. You can make a motion to call, but you need to be recognized first, technically speaking, to make that motion. So that's fine, but
I just got one question. Will it get some of the bikes that are on the main road off the main road? Then I'm for it.
Thank you. Are there any other comments? I do see a couple hands up over here, yes?
Am I recognized?
Yes.
I move to vote.
Is there a second? All those in favor of concluding discussion and moving the motion, please say aye. Aye. All those opposed say no. We're going to move to a vote on the ayes appear to have it. The ayes do have it, and we're going to move to a vote on Article 3. Article 3, shall the town of Warren vote to raise and expend the sum of $15,150 for the support of a project manager / implementation personnel for the Vermont Route 100 active transportation corridor being pursued by the Mad River Path. All those in favor, please say aye. Aye. All those opposed, say no. The ayes appear to have it. The ayes do have it, and the motion is carried. Article 4, shall the town of Warren vote to make the town hall the permanent home for the library? Is there a motion? Is there a motion? Thank you. Is there a second? Thank you. Is there discussion of Article 4? I do see a hand up over here.
I'm going to make this very brief. This seems a very strange movement. Back in 2007, when we moved the library The plan was to move the library into an old building that was on what's now the town square. When we actually got access to that building, unfortunately, the resident died. She had willed it to the town. It turned out not to be satisfactory. We had been saving money to try and build a new library. The idea came up to put it into the town hall, and it seemed to be very feasible, and we did it, and it's worked very well. But we never got around to saying, okay, it's in there permanently. So when we go to plan things for the future for the library, we want to make sure that when we do it, it's going to stay there. And so this is just simply making that happen. So if you got any questions, I'll be happy to answer it. I'm on the library board. But anyway, that's what I wanted to say.
Thank you. I see a hand up in the far left corner over there, or your right corner. Yes. Can we turn the other mic off? Okay.
Maybe this one will work better.
Hello.
There you go. I'm Alice Cheney, and I live in the village. And yes, the town did want to put the library in, but it was only to be in there for a maximum of 15 years. So I understand how you want to verify this right now, but I am concerned because I'm wondering why other future plans would be eliminated by this, and I question it. I'm all for this library, please don't get me wrong, because I love everything you've done. But this is alarming because this was the old town hall, and that's my roots, you know, sort of coming through. So that's all I have to say. I'm sure it will pass.
Thank you. I see a hand over on the right side.
The town hall is a great building. It belongs to everybody in the town. And fortunately or unfortunately, I had the opportunity to help move the library into the town hall and do the design work to get it upgraded so a library with daily use could exist there. The building came to life. People used it every day instead of, or actually 3 or 4 days a week instead of once in a while. But the town hall was built by the town for the town. And as much as I love the library, I don't think it should be permanent. I think that in 50 years from now or whenever, the library would maybe have its own building. But right now, I think the town hall really needs to be shared by all the other people who use it. The people who use the basement and the kitchen that is in complete disarray and is almost impossible to use, funerals upstairs, dance classes upstairs, the children's program can go. The library is a great guest in that building, but that building belongs to the whole town and not just the library.
Yes.
Thank you, Ellen. I think what just came up for me when you said that is maybe a point of clarification, and it may require an amendment to the motion. The intention, at least in discussion, was never to make the town hall building in its entirety the property of the library, but rather to tell the library, you don't have to move. You may stay. You can put a hole in the wall instead of having all of your shelving be removable, for example. The board has always discussed the intention of maintaining the community use of that building, and we're very much tied to those roots as a town hall being available to the community because it is a wonderful resource.
I see a hand up in the back center.
Can I move to vote?
You may. Is there a second? All right. Okay, so we're going to vote on the motion to end discussion and move to a vote on Article 4. All those in favor of ending discussion and moving to vote on Article 4, please say aye. Aye. All those opposed, please say no. It seems that the motion to conclude discussion has passed. So we're going to move to a vote on Article 4. Article 4, shall the town of Warren vote to make the town hall the permanent home for the library? All those in favor, please say aye. All those opposed, say no. The ayes appear to have it. The ayes do have it, and the motion is carried. Is there a question over here?
Devin, you said that your intention was not to give the whole building to the library. Is there a way that now that it's voted, that you can clarify that?
Again, typically, after the town votes to conclude discussion and then votes on an article, we move on to discussion of the following article. If there is no objection, I will permit a specific answer to that question. I see a couple of hands up suggesting objection. Is that what you mean to suggest? Okay. I think I have a hand up here who might want to answer the question.
Okay, I think there's some misunderstanding here. The idea is not for the library simply to take over the building. The idea was simply to say, if the library needs to do something that's basically, as somebody said, put a hole in the wall, they feel, okay, if we put the hole in the wall, we'll be able to use it for the next years. It is not to change the use of the building. And I think the one thing that was said much earlier, was the building was, I moved into this town 25 years ago, and the town hall basically was there for town meetings and a couple other things. When the library moved in, suddenly the building took on a whole life of its own. And that life is going to continue. We're not talking about expanding the library and throwing everybody else out. There may be some changes in the building at some point or other to make it more usable for both the people that are using it from the outside and for the library. But that's the whole intent. It's not to simply say the library is now the occupant of the building, nobody else will use it. That's never been the intent.
Thank you. We're going to move to Article 5. Article 5, shall the town vote its current taxes into the hands of the town treasurer? Is there a motion? Yes. Is there a second? Second. Any discussion? I don't see any discussion, so we're going to go ahead and vote, if that's all right. Article 5, shall the town vote its current taxes into the hands of the town treasurer? All those in favor, say aye. Aye. All those opposed, say no. The ayes appear to have it. The ayes do have it, and the motion is carried. Article 6, shall the town have its taxes of real and personal property billed July 15th, taxes due August 17th, delinquent after November 16th, with no discount? Is there a motion? Is there a second? I didn't. Okay, thank you. All right. Anyone who'd like to? I think members of our select board would like to speak in this case. Harvey?
Based upon feedback from the assessors, we'll need to push the billing of the taxes. Our best estimate of what that'll be is August 15th for the billing, September 15th for the due date, but leaving delinquent as November 16th. So I would move to amend the article to reflect the updated timeline. Billed by August 15th, due by September 15th, delinquent as of the same date, November 16th.
Would anyone like to? Okay, is that, do you mean to second the amendment? Okay, we're moving to consideration of an amendment. The amendment is to alter Article 6 to read, shall the town have its taxes of real and personal property billed August 15th, taxes due September 15th, delinquent after November 16th with no discount? Is there any discussion of this amendment?
One point of clarification, billed by the August 15th. It is a Saturday, so we would bill before then. And it's possible the assessment will get done early, so we could bill it a little earlier. But no matter what, it would only be due 30 days after it was billed. And the delinquent date of November 16th would stay the same.
A clarifying question, is that, forgive me, was that the, as you originally proposed the amendment, that it was billed by August 15th? Okay, thank you for clarifying. Okay. Is there any discussion of this? I don't see any hands. If there's no discussion, we'll move to vote on the amendment. The amendment proposes that we change the text of Article 6 to, shall the town have its taxes of real and personal property billed by August 15th, taxes due September 15th, delinquent after November 16th, with no discount. All those in favor of the amendment, please say aye. Aye. All those opposed, say no. The ayes appear to have it. The ayes do have it. The amendment is adopted. Is there any discussion of the article as amended? I don't see any discussion of the article as amended. So, oh, I do see a hand right over here, yes. We're gonna get you a microphone.
Who's in charge of making these
Just remember to
changes?
speak to me, please, if
Who's
you
in
don't mind.
charge
Thank you.
of making these changes in writing, in the warning, for publication in the future?
They will be recorded in the minutes, and the town administrator is responsible for the town report, and it will be hopefully printed as voted.
Is there any further discussion of Article 6? I don't see any further discussion, so we can go ahead and vote on Article 6. Article 6, shall the town have its taxes of real and personal property billed by August 15th, taxes due September 15th, delinquent after November 16th, with no discounts? All those in favor, please say aye. Aye. All those opposed, say no. No. The ayes appear to have it. The ayes do have it, and the motion passes. Article 7, shall the town vote to raise and expend $25,000 to the Warren PTO? Do I hear a motion? Is there a second? We can move to discussion. Is there any discussion of Article 7? I see a hand up. We're bringing you a microphone.
This is kind of confusing. We used to say we should give the forest money to the PTO because of whatever tax, but it's silly. The forest money just goes into the general fund and we pay the PTO.
Thank you. Is there any further discussion? I see a hand up on the far left.
Andrew Cunningham. I'm wondering why this is done this way. I'd love to hear you explain why what we used to do that made a lot of sense now looks like it's going to be a line item in next year's budget that we don't vote on. And I don't think that's what we want in the town.
Does anyone? Okay, I see one person who wants to.
And if I misspeak, please correct me. The purpose of this change in particular was because we want the PTO to come and ask for an appropriation, not saying that it will be given every year. So to your point, Andy, it's the $25,000 is for this year, recognizing that in historic years we have voted the forest money into the hands of the PTO to allow for that consistency. But the expectation is not that it would go forward every year unless kind of the PTO comes and makes a case to a public meeting to the select board.
Can I expand on that? I just want to expand on that. we, as a board, we're talking a lot about special appropriations in general, and the fact that there is a long list of them, some of whom we never see nor hear from. And we would like to have more involvement with those people asking for funds from the town, and a little bit more clarity around where that money's going and how it's being used. And so we felt like it made sense to say, hey, the Warren Select Board is supporting the Warren PTO, and it gives them an opportunity to be involved in conversation with us and with all of you by providing a report, which they do anyway. So it's just sort of formalizing the process and allowing for a little bit of accountability, not only with the PTO, but with all of the other appropriations as well.
Is there any, I see a hand in the back left. Can we get a microphone?
Where's the hand?
I win again. So what does happen with the forest money? At about $25,000 to $30,000. Is that just get washed in? Is it some other purpose we have for it? What are we doing?
Is there anyone who would like to respond to that question? Anyone?
So I agree with what Kaylee and Devin said, but in addition, I think it was really about not confusing things. That we had a lot of discussion last year, I think it was last year, maybe 2 years ago, about why does our Green Mountain Forest Service money go to the PTO? Like there was some direct correlation there. And really, my understanding is all we were doing was allocating a specific amount of money that we take in and then reallocating it to the PTO. So what we decided to do was just take in the Forest Service money and then have a conversation about whether the town should give $25,000 to the PTO and just separate the two things. They're not connected in any other way. Does that make sense? Andy?
I see a hand up, yes? We're gonna get you a microphone, sorry.
Before we had the unified district, because of Act 60, it made sense for the school budget not to pay the PTO. Or there was a reason that we did they didn't correlate. The forest money had nothing to do, except it was a way of avoiding the school tax somehow. And then we don't have to do that anymore, right?
I see a hand up in the back left.
But if we roll it into the budget, don't we have to pay taxes on it in the future? Right now, it just goes to the PTO.
Any further comments?
Doesn't it just go to the PTO without the town paying taxes on it in the budget? No?
Is there anyone who would like to respond to that?
I'm sorry, Dana Lasias. It is not allocated, the payment in lieu of tax is not allocated in the budget as a revenue expense until we receive it. This way, giving money at $25,000 as a special appropriations would mean that we will be paying taxes on it because it will be added to the budget. The revenue, the payment of lieu of taxes are not included in the budget for 2026 because we don't know that amount.
I see a hand up, a couple of hands up in there.
Then I would like to amend the motion to be stated the way it used to, which I don't remember exactly, that the Green Mountain Forest money be allocated to the PTO.
One moment, please.
So that we can avoid this tax issue.
This is a difficult issue because that's not precisely germane to the article as warned. So the article as warned is to raise and expend a specific sum for the Warren PTO. It's not necessarily describing where to draw, whether or not to draw that funding specifically from the town forest money. So I'm not sure that we can actually entertain, I'm gonna rule that as not germane, is what I mean. If you object to that ruling, you may object. Is there anyone who would like, yes?
Since they first started doing this, I have objected to the fact that the National Forest Service. What taxes are we talking about? Does the PTO pay taxes on money that is funded by the town? What taxes are we talking about? You know, as far as I'm concerned, this is the right way to do it. Then the town can control how much money goes in, we can discuss it. Whatever happens with the National Forest Service, we'll get that money. If it's more, that's great. If it's less, then the town can decide to make up for it or not. But I'm not aware that there's any loss of funds for the PTO by doing it this way, and so I don't see any need to change it.
Sure.
Okay, the word tax, I think, got confusing, but the way, we haven't received the money from the Green Mountain National Forest, is that correct yet? Okay, so we don't know what that amount is. So it's not in any of the numbers that we have for the 2026 budget, okay? So it's really hard for the select board to say how much we're gonna give the PTO. I would contradict a little bit what you said, Kelly. The PTO, or somebody said, I'm not sure, the PTO always came and made a presentation to the select board, as long as I was on it, to say, here's, and we request the money, that money. So there was accountability, and so I don't know what people were talking about, at least in my tenure in the select board. But I think the tax thing is, we're not being taxed on it. It means that tax dollar money is being spent via this amendment, okay? Because we haven't gotten the money from the Fire Service, and we don't know what that number is. It varies year to year.
Thank you. Any other hands? I do see, oh, I think we, all right, sure, please.
Hi, my name is Jamie. I'm the vice president for the PTO. Bear with me because public speaking is not really my strong suit, but first we just want to thank the Warren community and voters for your continued support of the Warren PTO. The funds voted on tonight are really vital for our budget. As many of you may know already, the Warren School PTO provides a variety of student enrichment programs for our students. We ensure that all children get a chance to learn to ski, snowboard, or cross-country ski and are outfitted with the necessary equipment to do so. We provide an eco program during the fall and spring where our students are outside in the woods for several hours a day, learning all about nature and life sciences. We provide a 2-week artist in residence program at the school where we've brought in some really incredible artists to work with students. Circus is coming this year. We've had Japanese drumming. We've had many other artists here. We also have a vibrant theater program for our 5th and 6th graders. And on top of that, we provide various scholarships and other support to students and staff as needed throughout the year. This has become even more important in recent years with the issues around the school budget every year. Outside of the Warren School, we also have been involved in many exciting community events. We've been partnering with the library to bring some new events to the community for all ages, such as pumpkin carving. We did a recent snow party. We are also part of a back-to-school carnival at the end of the summer. We are the ones who ensure that the Warren Village has candy for trick-or-treating on Halloween night. We are thrilled to help out tonight with a potluck dinner. Please go help yourself. There's plenty of food if you're getting hungry. These are just a couple of things we are part of throughout the community, throughout the year. So once again, we just want to thank you all for your support, not only tonight, but throughout the year. There's many small businesses and Warren community members who support us through the Harvest Dinner. You buy a wreath during the holidays from us. You come to our annual bike and boat sale. This year it's going to be April 11th from 9 to 1 right here in the school, so please come check it out. We are happy to answer any questions you have, but this funding is very important to us.
Good job.
Any other questions, comments? I don't see any hands. So if it's all right with everyone, we'll move to a vote on Article 7. Article 7, shall the town vote to raise and expend $25,000 to the Warren PTO? All those in favor, please say aye. All those opposed, please say no. The ayes appear to have it. The ayes do have it, and the motion passes. Article 8, shall the town empower the select board to accept any land if given to the town or to purchase any land within the town? Do I hear a motion? Any second? Second. Comments, questions on Article 8? I do not see any hands, so we will go ahead and move to vote on Article 8. Article 8, shall the town empower the select board to accept any land if given to the town or to purchase any land within the town? All those in favor, please say aye. All those opposed, please say no. The ayes appear to have it. The ayes do have it, and the motion is carried. We'll move to Article 9. Article 9, to set the date, time, and place of the 2027 town meeting. Can I hear a motion? Is there a second? Article 9 is the That's correct. So, right. So the way that we're going to do this, and the way that we typically do this, is that we ask someone to amend the article to propose a specific time and place. So, for example, you could propose an amendment that to replace the text of the article, and then to describe the time and place of town meeting. Is there anyone who would like to make that amendment? Yes. Yes.
Sorry, I'm loud, but not that loud. Given the hour and us starting at 5, I would suggest we start a little earlier next year to give us a little bit more wiggle room for all of these discussions. 4:30 may be a good compromise, but that is a suggestion.
I'm hearing a lot of different numbers shouted out. If we'd like, the way that we typically resolve questions with a proposed amendment, but many different proposed options, times, numbers, amounts, etc., is that we settle on a time by filling in blanks. So if anyone would like, I hear that an amendment's been proposed. I also heard a bunch of times. If anyone would like, if with the unanimous consent of the body, we can basically decide what time this would be by filling in blanks. So what that means is basically we will make a list of all the proposed times and vote on each one from the least likely to the most likely. And I would say that that's the greatest difference to the least difference. Would anyone like to do this, or would we prefer to do it sort of traditionally by just, we'll just then consider one amendment and then another if that amendment fails or passes. Okay, so your amendment as proposed, can you please repeat it?
Sorry.
I'm so sorry. Thank you, guys. This always gets complicated every year.
All right. Does anyone have a book open? I was sitting next to. Oh, thank you very much. All right. I motion that we amend Article 9 to say the time and date and place of the 2027 town meeting shall be the Warren Elementary School on March blank, thank you, March 2nd, 2027 at fill in the blank time. Or shall I give a time? 4:30 p.m.
Okay, we have a proposed amendment for 4:30. Can I hear a second? Is there any discussion of the proposed amendment? Are you proposing an amendment to the amendment? Okay, is there a second? Okay. Is there any discussion on the proposal to amend the amendment to read, to amend the amendment so that it alters the text of Article 9 to read, the time and place and date of the 2027 Warren Town Meeting will be 4 p.m. on the 2nd of March at the Warren Elementary School. No, is there any, we heard a second, is there any discussion? So we can't consider amendments to amendments to amendments, Jean, but I appreciate your zeal. Is there any discussion of the amendment to the amendment? Yes, in the back corner. We're going to get you a microphone shortly.
Last year we had this, and they changed it to 5 o'clock because everybody was out of town working, couldn't get here at 4 o'clock. Let's go back to 10 a.m. in the morning. You take the day off.
So the way, the way that we've sort of chosen to do this is by voting on individual amendments instead of filling in blanks based on the sense I got from what the body preferred. So we're going to stick to the discussion of the amendment. Again, do we want to alter the amendment considered to be 4 p.m.? We're going to.
It's election day is always the first Tuesday of March. It's not the second every year. You've got the wrong number.
No, March 2nd is the, 3/2/27 is the date.
You sure it's the second?
Yeah, yeah, because today's the second and it's the first, or the third and it's the first Tuesday, so next year will be the second.
Is there any further discussion?
It's kidding.
I don't see any further discussion. So we're going to vote on the amendment to the amendment. So we're voting, the amendment as considered is 4:30 p.m. I'm going to get a little cordial here so we can move things along for you guys. The amendment initially proposed is 4:30 p.m. The amendment to the amendment that's being proposed is 4 p.m. All those in favor of amending the amendment, please say aye. All those opposed, please say no. I think the ayes appear to have it. The ayes do have it, and the motion carries. So now we're going to vote. Now, is there any further discussion on the amendment? So the amendment as it stands now is 4 p.m., first Tuesday, right here. Is there any discussion? Sure.
So, as Charlie said, and I agree with him, right now there's 125 people here. There are 1,600 voters in the town of Vermont. So around 65 people decide to spend $5 million. 65 people decide to spend $25,000. We are excluding, yes we are, 1,500 people. People work. I worked at Sugarbush. I couldn't get here at 4 o'clock. And a lot of people just working at Sugarbush cannot get here at 4 o'clock. People who work in Burlington can't get here. This is not the rural community of Vermont where there are 300 people and they all worked in town and they showed up. We have people working all over the state, and it's just not fair that 62 people can vote to spend $5 million. So by making it 6, we give those people the opportunity to leave work and come home.
Gene, I'm so sorry. I appreciate your comment, but we're specifically discussing whether or not to amend the motion to reflect 4 p.m. Thank you. You want to amend the amendment being proposed?
Amend the amendment to 6 p.m.
Okay. Is there a second, or would we prefer to move to filling in blanks? Is the other possibility here? Yes. Okay, I have a second. Is there any, okay, let's keep it civil, guys. Thank you. I promise you we will make a decision very soon. Is there any discussion of 6 p.m.? Yes.
So I think whatever time we pick, we're going to lose some people. This is inevitable. I think the goal should be how do we get the most people here within a reasonable amount of time. which also means that if you can get here at 4:30, like I got here at about 5:30 today because I also work till 5. So I missed a bunch of earlier business, and I missed about half of the executive report from the report from our legislative representatives. But I didn't miss any voting. So I think the other suggestions of like 10 o'clock or 9 o'clock, the way other towns do it, people like me who work office jobs, we couldn't do that, or we'd have to take a day of ATO to do that, which is asking a lot of people, I think. And I have heard anecdotally, I don't know if the select board can back this up, that attendance has gone up since we moved this to the afternoon/evening. So that's why it felt like we're all tired and hungry. So it felt like maybe moving a little bit up earlier so we could have dinner at a more reasonable hour seemed like a good idea. But I feel like whatever we choose, we're gonna lose people. It's just trying to find that happy medium. Sure, yes.
I just want to say, as a PTO member, and we're happy to volunteer, we also have to clean up after everything, and then we have small children who are going to school in the morning, so we'll probably be here till like 10:30 tonight. So if we go any later, it's just going to make it really hard for the volunteers to make this happen and make the potluck happen to be able to continue that.
Yes.
I said I wouldn't talk again, but the reality is, in my experience, on my time on the board, we never had a meeting like this before. So I implore you, whoever's on the board, be prepared and have your shit put together, okay? And it will not go this long. Unfortunately, it happened. And I think it's a lesson, and we should learn from the lesson. But we need to have an organized presentation and make sure clarity is in all the documents. They all add up. They foot together.
So I so appreciate your comment, and we are just right now voting specifically on whether to amend, or discussing, I'm sorry, whether to amend the amendment to 6 p.m. versus 4 p.m.
I appreciate your effort to stay on Robert's rules. I really do. It's a challenge. But let's get practical, okay?
Help me out, Bob.
Let's deal with huh?
Okay, we can, I promise you guys, we can stay civil and we can stick to the rules and we can decide this. Is there any further discussion of the amendment to the amendment? I don't see any. We're currently voting on whether to amend the proposed amendment to reflect a time of 6 p.m., a starting time of 6 p.m. versus 4 p.m. All those in favor, please say aye. All those opposed, please say no. The noes appear to have it. The noes do have it. And the amendment to the amendment fails. Is there any further discussion of the amendment? We're currently at 4 p.m. Is there any further discussion? Come on.
Wait, we've actually held this meeting at 5 p.m. This is the third year in a row that we've been at 5 p.m. We went through this whole conversation 3 years ago, decided to move it to 5 p.m. We've had really better attendance, I'm going to say, in the last couple of years. I think it was a good move to move it to the evening. I think, to your point, we can make it 4, we can make it 6. You're not going to get a whole lot more people moving it one way or the other. I'd like to just leave it at 5 o'clock. And to Bob's point, it's pretty unusual to have a meeting go this long. There are things we can probably do to keep it more succinct. So I don't know what that is, but that's an motion to keep it the way it was.
Do you want to amend the amendment to reflect a time of, propose that you amend the amendment to 5? Okay.
Yes.
Is there a second to that amendment to the amendment? Okay. Is there any discussion of the amendment to the amendment? Okay. We're going to vote on the amendment to the amendment, altering the time in the proposed amendment from 4 p.m. to 5 p.m. All those in favor, please say aye. All those opposed, please say no. The ayes appear to have it. The ayes do have it. The amendment to the amendment passes. So now, the amendment as proposed reads, the time, place, and date of the 2027 Warren Town Meeting will be the 2nd of March at 5 p.m. in the Warren Elementary School. Is there any further discussion of this amendment? I don't. All right. If there's no further discussion, we will move to a vote on the amendment. All those in favor of the amendment, please say aye. All those opposed, please say no. The ayes appear to have it. The ayes do have it, and the motion passes. We're going to now move back to discussion of the article as amended. The article is now that the time and place and date of the 2027 Warren Town meeting will be 5 p.m. on the 2nd of March in the Warren Elementary School. Is there any discussion? The article as, I have to repeat, you guys, I'm so sorry. Bear with me, please. Article 9, the time, place, and date of the 2027 Warren Town meeting will be 5 p.m. on the 2nd of March in the Warren Elementary School. All those in favor, please say aye. All those opposed, please say no. The ayes appear to have it, the ayes do have it, and the motion passes. Article 10, the following items will be voted on by Australian ballot between the hours of 7 a.m. and 7 p.m. Tuesday, March 3rd, 2026. Do I hear a motion? So this is an announcement article. It did come to my attention that we are still supposed to kind of vote on it as a way of accepting the results of the election, even though it's already concluded. Is there any discussion? All right. Article 10. The following items will be voted on by Australian ballot between the hours of 7 a.m. and 7 p.m. Tuesday, March 3rd, 2026. The election of all town officers by law. All those in favor, please say aye. All those opposed, please say no. The ayes appear to have it. The ayes do have it. The motion passes. Article 11. To transact any other business that may come before the meeting. This is a non-binding article. Do I hear a motion? Yes. Do I hear a motion? Do I hear a second? Okay. Any non-binding business? Really anything that is pertinent to the issues of the town. Yeah, we have a...
Lincoln Gap Road. I think you did a terrific job, and I recommend that somehow you get appointed to do it again next year.
Thank you, that's very kind. I'm not really supposed to allow those kind of comments. You will have to find a new moderator next year, unfortunately. So if you want to do this next year, please do. Yes, Dana.
Me? It's Beth.
Oh, I'm so sorry.
No.
I switched to my glasses.
That's all right, Beth on Lincoln Gap Road. I think I was pretty disappointed that someone called the question so quickly regarding the library. I think that's I will work with the town over the next year to figure out how to put it back on as an article, a different modified article, but I thought the fact that, you know, the select board chair said, well, it wasn't forever, and, you know, maybe there will be another library someday, or I think you said we could modify it, and there wasn't any discussion, but it was a very controversial topic, you know, when it happened, and there were many passionate voices about having the library only be temporarily there, as per, you know, Ellen, and as per Jim on the Planning Commission. I mean, there's you know, plans that exist for places to put a permanent library. So that was a real disappointing experience tonight. And I'd like everyone to ponder that. I think we didn't really deliberate about something that has been such a historic building with historic use in this town. That was really quick, and yeah, I just don't feel good about that. And I think the hour is, you know, compromised that, being so late. But I really think we as a town didn't deliberate about what to do with a very old building with a lot of historic functions. So not sure what we do next, but I just wanted to put that out there, something for us to all think about.
Thank you. I think a member of the select board might want to speak on that.
Beth, I appreciate that comment, and I think what we should do is put it on the agenda and have some conversations about it. How we'll work through probably an MOU and talk about how the operating agreement should look. And we'd love to have all of you participate in that.
Yes. We'll get you a microphone.
always in the past, we've had a list of the births and deaths in town. And this year we just have a number. And I always like to see who's born and, just wondering if we can do that next year.
I did see another hand. Oh, I'm so sorry. Brent?
I completely understand about that. I went to training and we were advised as town clerks not to include that information anymore for confidentiality, so I'm sorry. I know people have mentioned they've kept their copy of the town report because their child was in it, but we were advised not to do that anymore.
Thank you. I did see another hand up earlier.
Hello, thanks. I'll be brief. My name is Macon Phillips, and I live on Woods Road. Moved here a few years ago. I'm surprised about the contention around the town library, but I appreciate the comments and food for thought. I just wanted to point out that children are an endangered species in this town. We are losing them, and we should prioritize policy and activities that support them. I have 3. They love the library. They're there at least once a week, every few days. They walk there from school. The library is a platform for community engagement. And so I would ask anyone, I would just share this with you, for people thinking about the future of the town hall to present alternatives. Because as a parent, I'm pretty happy with the way things are going, and I feel like we've got enough problems right now to focus on rather than relitigating that. So thank you.
I see a hand up over here, yes?
Okay, we're on page 44. This is the 4th time I brought this up at this board at town meeting. And a guy got up and said that he would take care of it on the board.
Can you hold your microphone up to, we can't quite hear you.
But he isn't here now. This is about the culvert on the Powder Hound Road. Now, the header has fallen down. And I was working for the town probably 30 years ago, and the header was there falling down. And if one stick gets in front of this, it's going to flood the parking lot for the 3rd time on the Powder Hound Lodge. Now, I believe that he knows this. The fact is, I'm sure he knows it. And if this stick plugs this up, I believe he's got a good lawyer going to be working for him.
All right, let's keep from personal stuff, please. Thank you.
Okay, now, this rock will take 15 to 20 minutes to get out. And if it floods with a stick, whose fault is it? Now, you guys didn't evidently you didn't contact the road foreman. I have talked to the road foreman myself. He has done nothing about it. And the foreman before that done nothing about it. And this has been going on for over 30 years. Now, this is not right. And the Powder Hound Road, there's a ditch there, hasn't been cleaned for 50 years. 50 years. Do they have a grader? Do they have a backhoe? They've got 2 backhoes, they've got 2 graders. Okay? And there's potholes in the road. They come through with a grader and fill the hole. I can do the same thing with a shovel, and it's gone in 3 days. Now, I think that you guys ought to talk to the road foreman. After the snow goes and the mud's gone, I think this ought to be taken care of. If it isn't taken care of, I will take a bulldozer in the ditch, and I'll come up the ditch with a bulldozer, and the dirt is going to be in the middle of the road, and it's going to be a big piece of rock, dirt. You're smiling.
Butch, are you, Randy, wait a moment, please. Have you concluded your remarks, Butch? Randy, please, I'm so sorry. Would you mind, we need to, Randy, please, if you don't mind, I will recognize you, Randy, but
He didn't know the ditch was there.
Hi, folks, can we please avoid a back and forth here? Thank you, guys.
Now, are you guys going to take care of it? Can I respond? Till I find out if they're going to take care of it or not. They said they were going to.
Butch, would you like to allow the select board to respond? All right, I'm gonna please ask you to sit down, and we're gonna allow someone to respond to your question, please. I sincerely appreciate it.
Take care.
Butch, I know you're frustrated about this issue, and I've heard your comments year after year. I did have a conversation with the road foreman about it, and there seems to be some fundamental disagreement about how to proceed. He doesn't agree with you and doesn't think that he can fix it, to my knowledge. I promise I will have that conversation with him again, and I will report back to you. I think part of the concern is that it could.
Please allow Devin to conclude her remarks.
I think that's part of the problem, Butch. I think there's some larger concerns, but I don't want to speak for him, and I don't remember the conversation I had with him specifically. I will have that conversation again, and we'll get back to you. I know you're concerned about this, and I did talk to him about it last year. I'm sorry I don't remember. I thought we responded. I apologize. That's okay. I'll prove it on the follow-through.
Thank you, yes.
I just want to conclude this, if possible, by saying thank you for your diplomacy, all your hard work, all the comments and all that. And I hope everyone will grab a chair and put it away and help the volunteers. Good night.
We are not yet adjourned. We do
not
have
yet
a couple
adjourned.
more comments.
Do not adjourn yet.
Yes, Jeff.
So I would just like to thank the select board and all the department heads who worked on the budget for probably at least 3-4 months. I know, as I deal with a couple of the budgets, they work hard. Their stipend is, I'll admit it, a joke. Not all department heads are paid for what they do. And, for people to say, well, this person should do more, this person should do more, seems like some of those people don't do anything to really help. As for the part that somebody brought up about the audits, if you look in the Waitsfield Town Report, the Waitsfield Town Report lists the 2024 audit, not the 25, because it's impossible. I don't think you could get an audit on a 2025 budget in 2 months and have it actually be accurate. So, with that said, maybe there needs to be a little bit more documentation, but I give credit to everybody who sits up there. It's a thankless job. Some of the people that were in the crowd have been in that position. It's a thankless job. So I thank all of you for what you do.
Is there any further discussion? I would, at this point, thank you all for your endless patience and zeal for town government. I would happily entertain a motion to adjourn. Is there a second? All those in favor, please say aye. All those opposed say no. We are adjourned. Thank you guys so much. Thank you, thank you.